peaches, we place roots.
This spring, shop on over to the Micronesia Mall and enter to win. Redeem receipts totaling $10 or more. Scratch for a chance at instant prizes from Burger King or Foot Locker. Or receive a grand prize entry form for our drawing on May 6th for a chance to win a new Toyota Tacoma 4x4 SR5 off-road package with lift kit from Atkins Scroll Toyota. 10 lucky runners-up will get $250 gift certificates from Goodwin Travel and Tour for tickets to Philippine Airlines. Shop more, win more at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more.
It's still not clear what happened above the Kremlin after video appearing to show drones being shot down.
The Biden administration says the U.S. had nothing to do with drone explosions near the Kremlin this week. And National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says accusations from Russia of coordination by Washington are ludicrous.
From the very beginning, the Russians have been trying to paint this war as some sort of fight with the West against Russia, NATO against Russia, the United States against Russia.
Kirby says the U.S. does not know what happened or why. It has been suggested the event could be a false flag operation intended to escalate Russian attacks on Ukraine.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Ukraine's president making an unannounced visit to the Netherlands and the International Criminal Court.
It has a warrant out for Putin's arrest, alleging war crimes.
Thousands and thousands of war crimes, thousands and thousands of victims.
The Ukrainian leader also calling for a special tribunal to prosecute the Russian president for the overarching crime of aggression.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. An investor buys Caribbean islands once owned by an infamous sex offender.
A pair of private islands, which once belonged to disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, have been sold to a billionaire investor who plans to build a luxury resort on the land where Epstein allegedly trafficked underage girls and committed other crimes. An earlier asking price for Great St. James and Little St. James Islands, $55 million apiece. But Stephen Deckoff picked up the pair in the U.S. Virgin Islands for $60 million. A large chunk of the proceeds go toward the U.S. Virgin Islands government as part of a previous deal with Epstein's estate.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Epstein died behind bars in 2019 while awaiting trial in New York. A sell-off on Wall Street, recapping what happened. This amid more concern about regional banks. The Dow drops 286 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ also in the red. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Are you looking for a quick, easy, and affordable way to get the legal documents you need? It's Pro Se 101. Pro Se 101 allows you to create legally binding documents for a variety of situations without spending a fortune. Guardianship creation, name changes, power of attorneys, wills, trusts, and more. Call 800-303-9240 to get the help you need. That's 800-303-9240 or visit prose101.com. Don't waste time or money.
Save over $1,300 a year when you bundle your business mobile, internet, and phone at Docomo Pacific. Some conditions apply. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Friday, the 5th of May. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A Southern High School bus driver has been arrested after he was behind the wheel, apparently drunk, and had meth on him as he was about to take students home. Students were removed from the school bus on Wednesday afternoon after a school employee noticed 48-year-old bus driver Daryl James Spearman was having trouble shifting gears and moving around in his seat. Police searched his hydro flask and found a glass pipe with meth residue and 2 small baggies with meth. Spearman admitted to owning the flask and said it was in his possession the entire time. He was released on a $20,000 personal recognizance bond. This is the second arrest of a school bus driver who was drunk on the job in the last several weeks. In late March, Roy Joseph Quintanilla was arrested after crashing head-on into a car in Windward Hills. DPW officials say an internal investigation is underway for both cases. Meanwhile, 31-year-old Efrain Regis Iglesias was caught trying to open car doors in the parking lot of Kmart and was arrested in connection to a separate theft reported in Tumon. Court documents state that a man reported his wallet stolen on April 26. He was alerted by his bank that his debit card was used to make purchases. Officers tracked down 2 Tumon locations where Iglesias used the victim's debit card, spending nearly $300. Authorities reviewed surveillance footage to help identify Iglesias. He was arrested Tuesday night and admitted to stealing the bank card days earlier and using it to buy a phone, a calendar, food, and drinks. Iglesias was charged with identity theft and 3 counts of theft of property. We'll have more news after this.
Di ang inyong bangko na tapat sa serbisyo. Tunay na kaibigan na handa para sa inyo. Ang bangko ng kinabukasan, laging maaasahan. Bank Pacific, where others but branches we place through.
While the White House did not include compact impact reimbursement in its fiscal year 2024 budget, Congressman Jim Moylan says he's confident the money will continue to flow and may even grow. Moylan says now might be the opportune time to get Washington to actually increase the amount of compact impact reimbursement. He says one of the reasons COFA funding was not included in the budget is because the 20-year contract will be over this fiscal year, and it's Congress's responsibility to give the funding. Guam has sought reimbursement for hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 20 years of the compact to pay for health, education, and safety impacts, but Washington has appropriated only as much as $30 million a year to be shared. Moylan says he's ready to push for a higher amount, but notes that the process is much longer in the U.S. Congress. And UOG students are hosting a forum tomorrow on the Taiwan conflict and its impact on Guam and the region. After learning about the Chinese warships that were in Guam waters, UOG's administrative law class thought it was important to have the discussion with key leaders. The group is calling on a panelist of military and local leaders like Joint Region Marianas Chief of Staff Captain Michael Smith and Acting Governor Josh Tenorio, among others. The forum is set for tomorrow, May 6, at the UOG School of Business and Public Administration Building, room 131, from 10 to noon. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Don't you dare say direct hit.
What do you mean?
Don't you dare say.
Is there something?
Talking about the Taiwan thing.
Oh, man, we're due. Definitely due.
Yeah, what they used to say is put your head between your legs and kiss your butt goodbye. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, there's a happy note to get us started. Mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs near 87 degrees. Winds east 8 to 10 miles an hour. Partly cloudy and overnight lows of about 77 degrees tonight. East winds blowing about 10 to 13 miles an hour. And it looks like it's going to be a great weekend. Calling for mostly sunny skies tomorrow, mostly sunny skies on Sunday as well. Not a whole lot by way of rain, only 20% chance of rain, and maybe those are going to be just isolated showers at that. There just isn't a whole lot in the neighborhood that we've got to worry about. It might be. Are we still in the rip current risk thing? That's over, right?
No, it's clear.
What about the?
All clear,
what about those little blue man of war stingy things? Do we have any of those?
None of those. Just,
doing all right.
Yeah.
So just a werewolves, right? For the full moon thing.
What's up for the
Balati? Its guts will spill over your feet. It's gross. Sunrise this morning was at 5:58. Sunset tonight at 6:37 or so. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareagent.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health care.
I can read it. It says here, portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We found a Friday in this week. Look, there's one right on the calendar, the Cinco de Mayo. Isn't that awesome?
This
is as much appropriation as we've got dinner for, right?
Okay, man.
What are we going to be eating? What's for dinner? There's chilies going on tonight. We got extra, tequila-flavored drinks over at the VFW Post. In addition to the big giveaway that they're going to be doing, they're going to be doing a drawing for the Queen of Hearts at 7 o'clock. I think it's $1,500 or so in the jackpot right now. Will be more by the time they start calling out names. So make sure that you've got a couple of bucks in the game for that as well. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you this morning as because it's Cinco de Mayo. No frowny face Friday. Full moon Friday. Were you up early to take a look at the moon? You got to wake up really early these days because sunrise is coming in before 6 o'clock. But I was on the road about was it 4:30 this morning? I looked up in the sky and it was so bright it burned my eyes. That full moon that is out there,
like a big pizza pie.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Real Joe. It was just one of those things. I don't know how to turn it down, but what the heck? It's going to be the Cinco de Mayo and full moon weekend. Is this one of those?
Man.
Yeah,
Explains a lot.
Well, already, right?
Yeah, already. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, Ray, and the moon's responsible.
Okay, so I'm gonna get it because it's in my head. I'm gonna say it because it's in my head. If anything gets really, really wonky, like planet-wide this weekend, this would be the weekend for it to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we get like I said, we get the Cinco de Mayo thing going on, and then we've got the full moon, and maybe that's all the North Koreans and the Chinese are thinking, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with doing it on May the 5th or May the 6th or something like that?
Aliens from Mexico.
Could be balloon smugglers, et cetera, et cetera. Speaking of balloon smugglers, I got a good morning picture from Sarita Garan. Looks like sunrise. Now, normally when she sends me sunrise shots, normally when she sends me sunrise shots, it's either her and her fellow balloon smuggling friends working out somewhere, or sunrise from the backyard of the house. Umami.
Yeah,
is the umami? Yeah, there's something about that glisten. Yes. Anyway, but today's picture looks like she's over at the Guam International Airport, maybe inside of an actual airplane that may be headed somewhere.
Oh.
And so we wish you good luck and Godspeed. And do me a favor, if you're on Facebook Live right now, just do a shout to Dennis Benzer. Dennis Benzer, today I believe is his last day on Guam.
Oh, DB.
Yeah. Just can't.
That's the last we'll ever see of him,
can't handle the governor and any of the shenanigans at Adelup anymore, and he's out of here. Chapter 777, out of town. But he'll always be like a brother. Maybe more like a second cousin to me. You know what I mean?
Keep in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. But look,
just kidding. I don't want to see you again, man.
You never want to put his meat in your mouth again.
Kidding.
Well, the guy's brought us a million breakfasts and refrigerator magnets. My Wordle buddy. And here's the other thing: is he's going to a better place. And by better place, I mean he's going someplace where he can listen to
San Francisco?
No. No, I don't think he'd make it there. But he's going someplace where he'll be able to listen to the broadcast in the afternoon, later in the day, which they tell me people that live in the States say that's the way to listen to the Ray Gibson
so
show.
much better then?
Yeah, well, apparently, because it's after coffee time and right in the middle of day drinking time. So apparently, I'm that much better. The show is that much better in the afternoon when people have started drinking. Anyway, Real Joe gets the phone and fills in my blanks when you call him at 888-8255, 888-TALK. You tell him what's on your mind. And if he can either relay it to me, we don't like to do that. So much gets lost in the translation, or he can put you on hold and I'll pick you up and put you on the air, and then you can relay your thoughts to me and the listeners simultaneously. That's kind of the way talk radio works. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines, and it's another one of those days where we look at the news and headlines and go, wait. We started the program yesterday with this front page of today's Guam Daily Post, military allowance to decrease. The old COLA, as it's called, and we talked about this yesterday. Marine Times tipped me off on the story yesterday, and it is starting to move around a little bit wider in the news circles. In fact, James Craig Moylan, our congressional representative in Washington, D.C., will be calling in about an hour from now and tell me what he knows on the ground, what they are telling him, and what steps are going to be taken to work through this issue to make sure that it does not have a detrimental and deleterious impact. I don't even know if that's a word, but I like it. Impact on the economy here on Guam. Anyway, so you got that story, a bunch of other stuff. Donnie, how was the wedding yesterday? Donna D actually went and did a wedding. She did not get married. Did you officiate the wedding?
Or did you? I played.
You were playing.
Are they still together?
I think they were already married before they even got married. They come here for the pictures.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
And the pictures, I'm sure, expensive lunches and dinners and the whole family and that kind of. Are they English speaking?
I don't think they are.
Wedding people?
No.
So when you play a song, is it possible it's just like background music to them? They don't even know what it is?
Not for this chapel.
Oh, okay.
Another chapel for another company, they have background music throughout the whole ceremony.
But is there somebody actually playing on the thing? That was okay. So but so you play. Okay, what I'm trying to get at here when I said background music, do they know any of the songs that you play?
They should now because they're all old.
They're all old.
What
Like
do you play? Eye of the Tiger?
You know, the usual boring wedding stuff.
Just the two of us? Does that pop up every once in a while? No.
The only ones they don't know are the ones like I wrote so that we could do without copyright issues. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Like,
one
that
of these days, we'll talk more about that. It is kind of a big deal. There are places, and there was a once upon a time years ago where I started getting telephone calls from a bunch of friends of mine that run bars and karaoke places, and they're like, "Hey, do you know anything about BMI? There's a guy from BMI that was knocking on our door and wants us to start paying them now royalties for the karaoke songs that we are singing in here and the songs that the band is playing."
Those are the Men in Black.
Do I have to pay them? I said no. What you do is you take them and hang them over the Two Lovers Point, and then drop them off at the airport afterwards. That's what you do with these guys. Bunch of Anyway, so no, this is not the advice that I was giving. It's a little less violent what I told them to do. But in many cases, they can be rather convincing, and the deal is, you just pay.
Maybe it was a scam.
What's that?
Maybe it was a scam.
In order to prove that it was not a scam, they'd give you a little sticker for your window. For your like door with the little BMI logo, and it was a slogan or something like that on it. But yeah, these guys came to Guam a few years ago looking to see if they could drum up some extra money for their artists and their operations. There are more of those like that. It's one of the reasons why we're a talk radio station. So I don't want to have to give any of the royalty companies any more of our hard-earned dough. Anyway, that's Real Joe, Donna D. I'm Ray, and let's talk to some of these royalty people here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Okay, we're going to start. We'll get to the names here in just a second, but Peter Santos sent me. We were talking about, he wanted to do a shout for a new place that's opening up, either now open or opening up this weekend for Cinco de Mayo or whatever. It's called Rockland Bar and Karaoke Lounge.
Oh, yeah.
That's, I think I know who the owner is. Do you know where Omaganda is?
I do not.
I don't know either.
Omaganda.
Where exactly would this place be? It's above the JM2 Mini Mart, whatever that is.
It's near Guam Bakery.
Oh, in Dedido.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it to his. I was going to say, give it to me in relation to the Dedido Theater. Is there?
It's
not far.
Yeah, you're talking about Dedido Theater, the now Victory Chapel.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
It's instead of going, let's say you're going. Turning into Payless, and then if you go straight, you go to the theater, Victory Chapel. Instead of going straight, you turn right, and then there's Satina Mall on the left side.
Okay, so it's in that area.
That area.
Where that
okay,
old
gotcha.
flea market used to be,
Gotcha.
right?
So we've got Rockland, and then right next to that is Omaganda. So if you get kicked out because you cannot sing in one bar, you can go and sing in the other bar, right? That's
yeah.
Do I have that right?
Man.
Maganda. Just kind of butt splicing the two of those bars together.
Yeah.
Anyway, interesting concept and some new wildlife locations that we can explore as the weekend goes on. Anyway, 6:23 in the morning. Let's take a look and see who is on the list. I see strong like Eric Chong at number 1. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas. There's Rico Blancaflor. Congratulations, Rico. You are now out of Facebook jail.
Big man.
For the time being.
Parole.
And no doubt any minute now he's going to come up with something that he thinks is funny that the Facebook people don't. Let me see. I got Ismail Velez. It has begun. Finger pointing over the drone attack on Putin. I saw the video.
Wow.
I saw the video. We're not going to war over that, are we? I mean, it looked like a firecracker. Literally, I don't know. Maybe there's another view or something like that, but it literally looks like a couple of kids were throwing some firecrackers up over the top of the building, and they went off. That it did not have that kind of drone attacky feeling that you think we'd get. Apparently, they've sent one over at the Kiev as in retaliation, but now they're saying that it was the United States behind it, and is this going to be the prelude to war? We'll see what happens. See if we're all still here on Monday. Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, Bertha Maza Cruz, Henry Menglotnia. There's John Harold Menglotnia Napati saying buenas and saludo, raids and todos. Good to have you here, buddy. Post Canteens there. Brico says no frowny Friday. Keena McCausland, thunderstorms in Vancouver, Washington. And Peter J. Santos. Happy Cinco de Mayonnaise. Patty Santiago is online. Jailbreak, I'm back, says Rico. Ron Castro is there. Big Jerome McDonald. Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Ray, Donna D, Real Joe, the pre-recorded Jerry Roberts. Have a lovely weekend. How about Gemma Bustamante saying, Biba Cinco de Mayo, full moon, happy Friday, and good morning. Just roll them all in there.
Gemma.
Israel says this peon's playing piano, high heels, dancing Zelensky guy wants to charge someone with war crimes than when he himself had Orthodox Christian Russian citizens killed in the Ukraine before the invasion. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on out there, and I'm not willing to risk World War III to make this to shine this guy's shoes anymore. Bill Wyndham is there asking Facebook issues or just me. I don't know what it was.
Pay your provider.
Yeah,
things will be fine.
Just go. Hey, 5G is the way to go, bro. I checked, and it looked like there was a slowdown on their receiving end. They kind of restarted the feed on their side, and we seem to be good to go now. Mike Grace Bloss is online. Bandits there. Like I said, Dennis Larson, B-Man hanging out. Nate Horn saying, good morning, Guam. Jace at Military Auto Source. Army Lynn, there's the other balloon smuggler. As long as we got one in town. If Sarita's going to be out of town, as long as Army Lynn is here, we can maintain a sort of kind of balance. Whoa. EOD Kaboom online.
Hot wives.
Says, good morning from USNH. Would that be Navy Hospital?
No.
Well, it's NH.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning to you as well. Michelle Conception is online. Dennis Benzer saying it's going to be a sad day, and at least my collar is popped. Yes, because that's the way it's supposed to be. Bob and Connie Bartonico online. Am I going to see you guys at the 13.9-mile race that I'm not ready for? It's not my fault. I hurt my back. Yeah, remember I was complaining about that on Monday and making those twitchy
With the back, yeah, man, you can't.
It's not so bad. It's hardly there anymore.
But one wrong move, Ray.
Exactly.
It's over.
Exactly, because he did so many birthdays. Let me see. Tim Zediker is there. Dan Rasal, good morning, too. Let me see. Post Canteen says tacos and tunes at VFW Post 1509 Saturday from 5 until 8. 3 fish tacos for $10.
Wow.
Music by Northside Amigos. I think that's a good rate there. Yeah, the band? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Flour or corn?
I think I've heard them. That's an interesting question. Flour or corn tacos, Post Canteen. Real Joe wants to know. Don't feel like you got to be in a hurry, because I guarantee he's just making noise and isn't going to go. You know why? Because he's got a big bicycle thing going on this weekend.
Oh, no, I do?
Yeah, well,
that's
you posted
Sunday,
it on Facebook. Yeah, so you're not going to go out Saturday night because you're going to want to be doing your thing on Sunday. And,
oh, man, yeah.
And so my two messages for Real Joe. Number one, good luck. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And number two, if you get hurt, you better be dead. I'm just kidding. Because wait. Yeah, if you get hurt, it better be fatal. Because otherwise, I'm going to get mad at you because it means you're not going to be here to produce the show.
I'll still show up.
Whatever.
You know that.
Yeah, I do. I got Greg Bass Knight is there. I got Mike Grace Blas. What's that? Caliente Senorita Cinco de Mayo. What's that? Happy birthday. Oh, it's Connie Bartonico's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
This guy's love of his life. They've been together, but both of them, I think they've been together. I'm probably going to get this wrong, but I'm going to say they were like high school sweethearts back in the day, and it just there was like once they saw each other, that was it.
Wow.
It was lock and load, and they've been together ever since.
How do you
Running
make the
buddies.
Music last.
Whatever it is that they're doing, copy it. And a lot of it might be, but both of them love God and Jesus. So, I think there's a whole lot of spirituality that keeps them together as well. Safe travels, Dennis Benzer, says Rico B. Anna Marie is online. Julene Hilgenberger saying good morning, Guam. Was good morning to you as well. Jose Martinez checking in this morning. Tequila coffee for all my raging alcoholics, says Mike Grace Blas. Tequila in your coffee. I may vomit in my mouth just a little bit. Cinco de Mayo, says Harvey, a yearly celebration held on May the 5th, which commemorates the anniversary of a larger French force at the Battle of Puebla. A larger French army ultimately defeated the Mexican army at a second Battle of Puebla and ended up occupying Mexico City. Viva? I see what's going on here. Commemorates the anniversary of them getting, I don't know.
I thought the Three Amigos had something to do with that.
The French army won. Now that's a fiction, says Jose Martinez. Cousin Troy is online from Candid News saying good morning to all of his Point Familia. Leslie St. Nicholas again from Eva Beach, where she says, Hafaloa. Randy Landis, translation, beer and nachos. Francis Duffy, Valerie S.A. Untalan. Okay, behind the old flea market, they say. Soft opening tonight at 6. Getting more information on the soft opening now of the Rockland Lounge, and let's make sure that there's actual rock music playing in there, because it's gonna be bad. You get all these rock guys out there, and they got their leather chaps on, their Levi's jeans and buckle belts and cowboy boots. And they're gonna go and say, we're gonna be rocking out, and you walk in there and it's like Debbie Gibson, only in my dreams. Yeah, I kind of like that song. It's in my head. Jonathan Ramos is online saying good morning. Mike LaGuetnia Jr., Brad Woods on.
Morning, Wood.
Hey, there's Ben Servino. My brothers and I own the commercial building where Om Maganda is located between the Satina Mall and Guam Bakery. Thanks very much. Good to know that, Ben. Sean Gumatautau is there saying good morning from all of the listeners in Telefofo. Mike Gray saying, where are you going, RJC? I don't know. Are you going somewhere?
I don't know, man.
No, he's just got a bicycle thing this weekend.
Right
Dale Audette. Richard Wittenbach, son. It's good to see you there, Doc. Saying Hoffa from San Antonio. Can you imagine what Cinco de Mayo is like in San Antonio, Texas?
Oh, yeah.
All the Mexicans, all the Americans, all the Hollies, and all the Chamorros in one place. What a zoo that's got to be. Alex Affligwe saying, good morning, Chairman Ray and staff. Dave Lessard and Jose Tetpago Jr. Nacho Libre. Now, there's something worthwhile. So yesterday, virtually everywhere I went, social media, real life, whatever, there was something going on with Star Wars.
Yeah.
And the best part of it was I went to do a happy hour over at Carabao. Wow, what a surprise! And they were playing Star Wars movies. No audio because I don't know, they didn't want to get in trouble with the powers that be. But if you a real 70s 80s Star Wars nerd, you don't need to hear it.
Yeah,
the
you
movie can play in your head. And yeah, walked in right about the same time they were doing the tributes to Lando Calrissian. Anyway, 6:31 in the morning. So, yes, I said leather chaps. The Blue Oyster Bar. This is Jose Martinez. Richard Wittenbach Santos says it's a lot of fun, Ray. Well, how could it not be a whole lot of fun? And that, I think, is going to set the stage for the kind of program that I hope that we're going to have here this morning. Is lots going on. A lot of it is reruns from where we were yesterday. The Guam Daily Post with a story about the Ocolas. And sorry, yes, it sounds like a wine trying to say but. And then Bill 111. Which came up in the program yesterday because I bothered to check the legislature's website, and the most recent addition to the number of the bills that have been proposed is that one from Will Parkinson. And very, very interesting conversation that we had yesterday. And just the chaps. No, Charles Craw, not just the chaps. Please. I'm getting a visual, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get rid of it before the show is over. At any rate, so there are a bunch of other items in the table of contents and things that I've been exposed to. I don't want to say exposed myself to, but been exposed to over the course of the last 20 hours since you and I were last together. What are they? Well, I'll get around to doing all of that stuff as soon as we're done with our first big look at news and headlines with Donna D. Donna, can you tell me what happened?
Okay. 65-year-old Melencio Santos has been indicted by a grand jury after being accused of trying to kidnap a 15-year-old girl after she got off a school bus. A school bus driver caught the interaction and stepped in to stop Santos from taking the teen. He has since been released on bond and faces up to 5 years in jail if convicted. Santos is set to answer to the charges on May 17. And completion certificates were presented to 22 students of the GCA Trades Academy on Wednesday. The students completed levels in core curriculum, safety, heavy equipment, electrical, project management, and construction craft labor. The Trades Academy is accepting applications for its summer school program, which starts May 30. All high school students are encouraged to enroll. The last day to register is May 23. And Public Health's Division of Senior Citizens Office in Manila will be closed today and Monday to host events for Senior Citizens Month, which include today's proclamation signing and Monday's vaccination clinic at the UOG Fieldhouse. The office will also be closed on Thursday, May 18 and Thursday, May 28. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, thanks, Ray. You going to be all right? Come on. It's 6:34 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. And you know, among the questions that I ask as we start the program here is, what if you could run your own gas station? There's an ad in today's Guam Daily Post. Mobile Oil Guam is looking for an independent contractor station operator to oversee and operate a mobile service station in Guam. Which one? Yeah. Which Mobile gas station did they lose the owner for, and now they've got to find another? I don't know, but
Anigua.
Well, I don't know. Isn't Anigua like the only like small. The last of the
so tiny
independent ones?
Maybe.
Maybe there's going to be another one that is going to be popping up.
Maybe it's that one because remember they had to change the. Remember when they did the whole switcheroo?
Yeah, they put the diesel in the gas and the gas in the diesel. Yeah, I do remember that one. That was not pretty. Anyway, so they're looking around to see if they can get another. Hold on a second. It's booty call. It's wait. In the morning? No, yeah, whatever. No. It's this is business. But I obviously can't take the call. So what do I put down here? Can I call you later? I'm on my way. Or sorry, I can't talk right now.
No, in the bathroom.
I think I'm going to put I'm on my way.
Bathroom.
That's what I think I'm going to be up to here. 6:35. Can we make that? Is there a custom thing that you can put on your phone? At any rate, they're looking for somebody to explore exciting business opportunities with a leading global brand. Commit your full time and attention to grow your business. Devote your superior retail and marketing skills to the day-to-day operations of your own business. Build your own team. Train and lead them to sell and promote quality products under a premier brand name, and demonstrate your successful management and operation of a retail business with excellent earning potential. If it were me.
Yeah, Lamborghinis, bro.
So I was thinking about, here's what I'd do. I'd have, different local soups every day. It's called those, whatever, like the same kind of food and soups that they used to have at, what was the store down here in Harmon?
Oh, Harmon Mart.
Harmon Mart,
With the
exactly.
San Gills.
Yeah, the
God,
San Gills.
we miss you guys.
Right? But you know, truth to be told, between 76 and Shell, they do a pretty good job keeping. You know, we've got the different soups and hot doggy things and chappao. Yeah. So chappao. That's what I like to say. But there's places that already have that. So I was thinking, how would I differentiate myself? You know, my unique selling position, my
How
USB.
would you, Ray?
You know what I do? Cheaper gas.
Cheaper
is what
gas.
I do. I would just, if everybody is doing $4.95, I would be $4.90.
I thought you were going to say pole dancers.
No,
But never
no.
mind.
Well, that would be cool too. I mean, we get the gas station attendants with booty shorts and you know the tank tops. That's the girls. I mean, that's for the boys. But anyway, so I just go in and I'd say, this is my unique selling proposition. I'm going to be cheaper than everybody else. You know, because I'm going to be an independent contractor, so I will be the guy, and I'll figure out how well. You know, I'll make the overhang. I'll make the difference on some of the other products that they've got. I'll do it like the movie theaters. You got one price for this, and then we'll overcharge you for the hot dogs and the soup and all the other stuff. But I just got to make sure that price is lower, because that will bring you to my gas station, will it not? I mean, a nickel, a dime, would that convince you enough to be able to drive a little bit out of your way to be able to get the gas for a nickel or a dime cheaper?
Yes. 20 cents and we got a deal.
You know, I'm a good businessman. I don't think I'm that good a businessman. But anyway, 637. While I'm on the subject of the price of gasoline, let me tell you, Tapas is now $75.24. Yesterday, it was $80, and it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about Tapas in the $82, $83. But now $75.24. Cinco de Mayo. Full Moon Friday.
It's going to happen.
Maybe today is going to be another one of those days where the guys at the gas company say, well, we can't lower our prices as much as Ray Gibson would like, but maybe we can have them dip down a little bit more. $68.45 for West Texas crude. More information, little nuggets, snippets of facts just like that for you all morning long. At 6:38, I'll be right back.
Struggling to find the perfect Mother's Day gift? Look no further. For a limited time, get a new iPhone 14 on GTA's Live Unlimited plan. And you'll not only make Mom's day, but also get her a free Apple Watch. Help Mom stay connected, monitor her health, and keep track of her fitness goals with just a tap. It's a gift that will make her life easier and more stylish. Don't wait. Head to your nearest GTA retail location and get your iPhone 14 and free Apple Watch today. Happy Mother's Day. GTA. We start with you.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Okay, gotcha. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. Our first look at right now traffic here on the point. See if there's anything happening. This is what it looked like late in yesterday's program. Let me just quickly refresh it so we can see where the traffic is right now. It's nowhere. Nothing up in Anderson Air Force Base. Tiny bit of intersection traffic on the way down the hill from Jigo Town. Let me see. Nothing major at Sing Song, Ipao. 1 and 3 running fairly clear. Route 16. Little bit of traffic at the Micronesia Mall intersection, but that might be all you see right now on Route 16, all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Route 10 looking good. Route 4 looking good. Route 8 clean into the downtown Higuetna area, but it looks like getting into the downtown Higuetna area might be a little bit of a problem for you. I'm looking at slower southbound traffic. Meeting up with slower northbound traffic on Route 4, but most of Route 4 all the way back to Ganya Shopping Center, et cetera, looking pretty good right now. Let me just scooch down and see what's happening. Big Navy and Sumai, yep, clear. It's a good time to be on the road at 6:40 in the Ray Gibson Show.
Guam Regional Medical City is a leader in foot and ankle care in the Marianas. Our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. Let's get you back on your feet. To learn more, call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
All right, let me see. 642 Ray Gibson Show portion is brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com. Easy to get your favorite Nissan. Get into the favorite Nissan. Sign and drive away. Right? There's all kinds of ways that we could complicate this, but they've decided, no, we're going to make this as easy as possible. We'll take a look at your credit. Some conditions may apply. You can find out more on that at NissanGuam.com. But the deal is zero down. They will make the first 3 payments for you, right? On the Frontier, the Armada, the Titan, the Sentra, the Murano, and plenty more. Zero down payment. Now, you might have a car. You say, well, can you take the old one and trade? Absolutely. That'll just sweeten the deal. But it's not required. We don't need a trade. We don't need a down payment. And they're going to take care of the first 3 payments. It'll be August before you have to start writing a check to the bank. Check it out today at NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Grand idea. I'd run the place, and I'd make the gas cheaper than the gas station over there, and the gas station over there, and the gas station over there. Bob Kelly's going to be on the line. Bob Kelly's online. He's going to tell me why I can't do that. Bob, I'm on.
Morning.
Hello, good morning.
I said good morning. Good
Okay.
morning.
I can hear you now.
Good. I just wanted to go back and comment on the COLA because I'm not sure it's getting spun properly in the media. COLA is to make up the difference in the cost of living in Guam and the cost of living average in the mainland. If we were zero more expensive in Guam, there would be zero COLA. If the cost of living in Guam goes up in relation to the United States, the COLA increases. If it goes down, it decreases. Because of the strong dollar, overseas costs are going down somewhat. Also, because of inflation, costs in the United States have gone up. So the difference in the cost of living in Guam and the U.S. is a little bit less now, so they reduce it. Every year, if it increases, they increase the COLA. Nobody complains about that. If it decreases, they decrease the COLA, and it's only based upon the annual check of our cost of living versus the United States. That was what it was put in there, is to make up the difference for people in Guam not being disadvantaged to those being paid in the U.S. If you give them extra money, then you've actually disadvantaged the rest of the service members not here, because It's just to make parity.
No, I don't know. I'm not disagreeing with you. Did I sound like I was spinning this up the wrong?
We got to go back and get this changed, and then that's changing the whole purpose of COLA. The purpose of COLA is to make everybody on a level playing field. And if you change the purpose of COLA being to make up the difference between our cost of living and the other, and if you don't make the annual adjustments, then you're really not doing what COLA was intended for by Congress. Congress intended to make it so that everybody is on an even playing field, and you're not disadvantaged if you're in a high-cost area. The higher cost that you are in relation to the United States, the more COLA you should get. But that does change based upon prices at your area you're living in and the area that you're comparing it to, in this case, the average United States.
Somebody had mentioned, to what degree is that offset that much more critical here because of the idea that many of these folks are buying at the exchange and on the commissary as opposed to out in town?
Well, okay, one thing about the exchange, whether you buy online on the exchange and the goods get delivered to you, or whether you buy in your local exchange on base, those prices are the same in Guam as if I were to go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Fort Hood, Texas, or whatever. They keep the same prices across the board. Commissary basically brings the food in and they bring it in without having to pay for the shipping. So they're receiving a lot of the goods into here at the same price that a supermarket like Kroger's would receive in the United States. A commissary is not as big a deal in the United States because the outside doesn't having to pay that large shipping. So commissaries are much closer to the same prices in both places, but they don't compare that to the markets outside, which have to tack on both all of the cost of shipping plus the cost of spoilage and storage when you're shipping that much, like what Payless has to.
6:46 in the morning. Well, like I said, Jimmy Moylan's going to be on the radio in about a half hour from now, and you can get his thoughts on what's going on. He sent out a statement yesterday with it for most purposes. My recollection was mostly notice, and what I was reading yesterday from the Marine Times was about the same thing. Is mostly notice. They held it off as long as they could, but now it's going to be in place. It's taking effect now, and the folks that receive the Ocola here on Guam should start seeing the impact in their paychecks soon. In the June pay period.
But theoretically, and if they've established this properly, the people in Guam have been actually having a little bit more buying power than the people in, say, Texas. What this is supposed to do is bring the buying power so they both have the same buying power. And so if we're talking about not paying enough to our service people, then we need to address the overall pay scale across the world, wherever you're stationed. But if you're addressing the differences in locations and high-cost areas getting a COLA, which was put in there, then that particular allowance has to be based upon the difference of the cost of living. That's why it's called cost of living allowance.
No, I get all that.
I'm just wondering why we've made such a big deal out of it, because multiple times over the years the COLA has increased when our costs have gone up, and nobody jumped up and complained. They shouldn't be changing the COLA and increasing it. Well, it goes up, it goes down. It's based upon the difference.
Okay. All right. Well, Bob, I sure appreciate your thoughts on this. We'll see what Jimmy's got to say about it, and if there's anything that he thinks that needs to get done in Washington D.C. Now, to the point that you were making about the Ocola, this will impact other folks on other bases around the world.
Well, yes, if they're in a place that there is a cost of living allowance, each place gets compared to the United States. Our COLA is not the same as Hawaii's.
Not the same as Germany, not the same as any other place where there's an American base. Okinawa is going to have a different one.
Japan and Korea.
Yeah.
I've been in the military. I've gotten in COLA. I mean, you're happy that they help make up the difference. But, I mean, I never looked at that payment as being to be extra pay just because of extra pay. It's to make up the difference in, I'm living in an area, these things cost a little bit more. Unfortunately, when I was in Korea, we basically had almost a zero COLA because it was almost the same cost of living there as it was in the United States. So we didn't get much.
At 6:49 in the morning.
Depended upon cost of living.
They're also making a point here that many service members are seeing an increase in their base salary, and anything that they may lose in the Ocola may well be made up with the increase in their salary.
Saying, and that makes it up for everybody. In fairness, instead of just giving extra money to the people in Guam, they should be giving extra money to servicemen, as I said earlier, regardless of where they're stationed in the world. And the COLA should be just dedicated to the difference in the cost of living.
All right. And if we keep meddling around with this, we're going to start talking about Ocolas for different genders and different parts of what it is that you do in the military. My old man was a photographer's mate in the Navy, and now I guess they've got a full grade now for drag queens, right?
Well, I don't know on that, but talking about specialty in the military very quickly, didn't one comment on that, is specialties that are short, they give you bonuses. That's the marketplace. If they want to keep you and you've got a specialty that's needed in there, they can give you a $10,000 or $20,000 bonus a year just to stay in.
You know, the whole drag queen controversy's gone right over your head, Bob. It's Friday. I got to let you go. You're way too serious.
The Navy recruiting thing for the Naval Academy has a male in a female suit, and they're trying to reach out to more
Bud Light drinkers,
people in the Navy Academy.
All right, Bob. Thanks very much. I'm going to let you go. You have a great Friday. I'll see you sometime this weekend, I'm sure.
No, Bob, never let go.
Okay. It's enough of the Ocola stuff. I'm tired of that now. Well, that was yesterday's story, for heaven's sakes. We'll get Jimmy on the line and have him give me the splains from Washington, D.C., and remind me while I've got him on to see if we got any traction on what may or may not be happening with the compact impact and the payments that we're apparently not going to get under the Biden administration. They're trying to sweep everything under one big domestic rug that says, well, we'll just put these compact migrants into the same programs as citizens of the United States can get into. Oh, hooray! All right, great. But what about the programs that are being set up, health issues and jail time issues, et cetera, that come up with compact migrants that are not going to be otherwise compensated in these mainland programs? 888-8255-888-TALK. I'm waiting for Ken Leungren. Actually, I'm not waiting for Ken to call in. He will eventually call in. But the other day, I'd told him that his observations are becoming more observable, I think, to regular folks. Because, Ken's got his own little echo chamber thing going on. He's got his own worldview that's based on the people that he talks to. And mine is based on a little bit more. I want a wider spread of observation opportunities, social media, hanging out with friends, goofing off, and just trying to, keep my ear to the ground of what's going on. And now I've seen another one of these Facebook posts. This one, I just saw it today. It's an everything must go yard sale. Like new, brand name men, women, and kids' clothing, shoes, sofa, love seats, and more. It's going to take place tomorrow from 7 until 10. A multi-family deal up in the Jigo area. And the thinking that I've got here is I saw another one of these, and I think it's a separate multi-family deal that they're doing another one of these yard sales for. I'm not getting excited because I'm one of those yard sale guys that just goes around looking for knickknacks. Yeah, I'm a picker. Yeah, I'm not a picker. I'm just saying that at 6:53 there's another piece of evidence that there are folks that are leaving Guam. And maybe, I don't know. I'm looking at this thinking, is this a local family or local families that are saying, this is it, man. We got to get rid of everything that we own because the cost of living on Guam is not otherwise being taken care of by the military, up or down. I need to go someplace where my dollar is going to earn more, where the tax dollars that I'm paying are getting me more by way of government services than what we get here. And what do we get here? Well, it depends on whether you're looking out or not. And I'll give you an example. There's have been a lot of talk about the pay raises that have been going on at the front office in Adelup. Candid News put out another one of these stories yesterday, and I appreciate it for a couple of reasons. Number one, Cousin Troy did a great job getting the paperwork together and looking at all of the individuals for whom they don't have to worry about the cost of living anymore, because I'm a member of the GovGuam six-figure club. How did I get here?
Oh, sweet.
How did I get into the six-figure club? Well, a couple of people by way of the legislature. At any rate, the other reason why I like this story is it goes along with kind of my Frisky Friday attitude that I've got right now. He used the word spree. Spree. Now that word. Isn't that what a lighthearted kind of just a lark of a word, if you will? Hiring and pay raise spree at Adelup. Public records are showing. Danielle Baza and Cousin Troy went and put everything together and took a look at the numbers. Based on a couple of reports. They went back to 2022 and saw what folks were making back then, and then took a look at what they were making in March of 2023, and whoo-hoo, happy days are here again. Yeah, Clint Rigel, who did not run again for the legislature, so he does not get included in the September 30th of 2022 batch, but he was able to purloin his years in media, couple of terms at the legislature, into a salary now of $101,374. John Jr. Calvo at $130 plus. We've got Jeffrey Allen Moots, a legal counsel, $133,000, and Leslie Travis, also legal counsel, $133,000 for working over at the legislature. Sorry, not the legislature, but over at Adelup. But what is telling here is you take a look at the number of people, and I'll read you a couple of other names here. We've got Esther Agagi, Janice Kamatsu, Stephanie Flores, Rose Ramsey, Lulian Guerrero. There's a dozen people in Antelope make more money than Lulian Guerrero does. There's a dozen or so people over at the governor's office that make more money than I haven't even gotten down to his name.
She's got side hustles, Ray.
Do you think? Amway. We're doing.
Yeah.
We're doing
She's
Amway.
pushing some Amway on the side.
Got Josh Tenorio, $85,000. There's 2 dozen people that are making more money than the lieutenant governor of Guam over at the governor's office.
All these people are my neighbors.
I know,
Villa
right?
Verde, yeah.
In Palo Verde?
Yeah, Palo Verde.
Put your pinky finger to the moon on that one. And some of them, there's significant raises from where they were in 2022. So I urge you to go and take a look at the story on Canada, if for no other reason, to be able to use the word spree in your conversation. I'm still working on trying to stick in the word skullduggery at every chance I get, and there might be a couple of interesting skullduggery stories that we've got here today in the deal. I will also point you to the editorial page of today's Guam Daily Post. I don't often do that. I might mention it if it's something that I find.
Are you giving out blue stars, man?
To be interesting. No, I'm not. No, I'm not the blue star guy. That's that's Klitsky's deal, and I'm going to let him keep doing that. No, the reason why I want you to go and take a look at it is there's an editorial from a guy named Corey Franklin writing about the impending death of AM radio. And they've been talking about this for a while. There's a couple of big car manufacturers and electric vehicle manufacturers that you put the electric vehicle together with the AM radio, and it's just noisy, and nobody will be happy with this. So there are many of them that are just saying, well, who listens to AM radio anyway? Anything that you want on AM radio, you can find on a podcast or a satellite stream or some kind of, I don't know, the streaming method, internet stream. So what do we need to have this in the dashboard for anymore? But regardless of why you think AM radio is going away, the part that got me very, very interested in this article was in the AM era, no matter where you grew up, chances are some DJ or a whole constellation of faraway DJs influenced your life. They're talking about the shamans. Precious few of these shamans remain. Some didn't have to play music at all, but the idea that there was a guy on the radio that was influencing the way that you talked, the music that you were listening to, and what you thought was funny or not funny, those guys were the DJs. And I'm wondering now that talking about getting rid of the whole band, the amplitude modulated radio, and then the idea that there are fewer and fewer and fewer of these specialty positions out there anymore. Not a whole lot of places are going to spend the money to have somebody watch the transmitter and spin records and have the license in their mouth in the middle of the night, so there aren't a whole lot of training grounds for new DJs to replace the older ones that are moving along into podcasts, into television, or otherwise retiring. And that's too bad. That's too bad. It's changing in the signs of the times. So never mind the coming and going of AM radio. Let's talk about the people that populate these audio spaces. And I can't say much because I'm on FM now, and I'm on FM with a little TV cameras all over the place. At any rate, look, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Radio station KUSG, I got you. 93.3 is the point. We've got Fox News coming up on the other side of that. Donna D is going to take care of local news and headlines. Jerry Roberts, the pre-recorded version, is on the way. And yeah, as I said, we'll talk with Senator Jimmy Craig Moylan here in just a little bit. Stand by now for the 7 o'clock news.
They played a central role in the Capitol riot. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking a short time ago about the convictions of 5 Proud Boys members, 4 for seditious conspiracy, all of them for obstructing Congress.
Today's verdict makes clear that the Justice Department will do everything in its power to defend the American people and American democracy.
Garland says in all, more than 600 people have been convicted so far for the riot and the days and weeks leading up to it. At trials for Proud Boys and Oath Keepers members, the defense argued there was no plan to attack the Capitol. Several deaths at multiple crime scenes under investigation in southern Georgia, where a local coroner tells the Associated Press a gunman killed his mother, grandmother, and a woman at a McDonald's. before killing himself in the town of Moultrie. The death of Tyree Nichols after a police beating in Memphis is ruled a homicide. An autopsy report says the black motorist died of blunt force injuries to the head. 5 fired officers who are also black have already been charged with murder.
Nichols was beaten by officers on January 7th after a traffic stop. He died 3 days later. The officers were fired and charged in the death, as well as EMTs who did not immediately render aid. Nichols' mother is suing the city of Memphis, the police department, and Chief C.J. Davis for more than $500 million.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The White House says more transparency was part of the focus in a meeting between tech executives and Vice President Harris on artificial intelligence.
In particular, the importance of being able to evaluate, verify, and validate the safety, security, and the efficacy of AI systems.
Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre says mitigating risk is important to the president, who also dipped into that meeting. America is listening to Fox News.
Subway's new Subway Series menu is a collection of greatest hits. But my number 7, the Mexicali, is on a whole nother level with the way avocado meets chicken and pepper jack cheese.
Outlaw! You tell them, Raiden. That's the number 2, the Outlaw Sandwich. They don't know flavor.
It's the greatest cheesesteak hit with juicy steak, pepper jack, and Baja Chipotle sauce. There's a better mean cheese pairing than that. Shanzi, justify my point, please.
Meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella. That's number 6, the Boss Sandwich, because we're the bosses of flavor. We're done here.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Do you experience foot and ankle problems that make it difficult to move forward in life? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help you get back on your feet. At GRMC, our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. To learn more, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
The White House says Russia's claim that the U.S. helped Ukraine try to kill Russia's president with a drone attack is just another lie.
From the very beginning, the Russians have been trying to paint this war as some sort of fight with the West against Russia, NATO against Russia, the United States against Russia. So it perfectly fits in his frame.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby also says the U.S. is still assessing what happened at the Kremlin. North Carolina legislators have just passed a ban on abortion after 12 weeks. The Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, is vowing to veto that. Singer Ed Sheeran is found not liable in a copyright infringement lawsuit over similarities between his Grammy-winning song Thinking Out Loud and the Marvin Gaye classic Let's Get It On.
And I will be loving you till we're 70. Let's get it on.
Sheeran says it was devastating to be accused of stealing and frustrating. The case was allowed to go to court.
We spent the last 8 years talking about 2 songs with dramatically different lyrics, melodies, and 4 chords, which are also different and used by songwriters every day all over the world.
He calls those chords common building blocks. The federal jury in New York deliberated for less than 3 hours. May the 4th be with Carrie Fisher, the actress beloved as Princess Leia, getting a posthumous star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on National Star Wars Day. Co-star Mark Hamill thanking his space twin for all the memories.
Every expectation I had was just obliterated. She was so charming, so funny, so adorable, so wise beyond her years.
Fisher's star is near Hamill's and across the street from her mother, Debbie Reynolds. Wall Street, another sell-off. The Dow dropped 286 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained. Viva!
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. The AG's office is investigating matters raised by Senator Frank Blas Jr. regarding the implementation of raises for government employees under the General Pay Plan and pay adjustments granted to certain members of the governor's administration, which the senator contends to have been done retroactively in violation of the law. Lawmakers passed an appropriations measure in late March to fund 22% pay adjustments for GovGuam employees, plus pay raises at the judiciary. But the measure contained some requirements, including a provision from Blas that required the governor to submit a plan addressing the payment of certain merit bonuses and increments owed to GovGuam employees, as well as financial assistance to island businesses before the law could be implemented. Governor Lulian Guerrero objected to restrictions in the measure but signed the legislation anyway. Employees at GDOE raised concerns that they hadn't received pay raises yet. Meanwhile, Edward Tosco, who has a criminal record that started more than 30 years ago, was recommended for a pardon. The Guam Pardon Review Board met to discuss several pardon requests, including Tosco's, whose criminal record included a 1992 drug possession case, a 2008 misdemeanor theft case, and drag racing without a permit. Board member and DOC's chief parole officer Mike Kinata says Tosco was put on probation, paid fines, and completed all requirements. Kinata added that Tosco requested a pardon because he wanted to find other job opportunities after working for the Mayor's Council for many years. But acting chief prosecutor Heather Zona raised concerns, saying it's not appropriate to grant people pardons because they've completed the terms that they were required to complete as a result of being convicted of crimes. Board Chair Stephen Guerrero explained that Tosco has done everything to be a good citizen for 30 years, and the board motioned to recommend a pardon. More news after this.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Lawmakers are set to reconvene session May 9, and one of the measures they will discuss is Bill 83, a proposal to extend Guam's power bill subsidy program. The energy credit program was first enacted in July of 2022 and granted ratepayers $500 in credit for power bills, which were applied through $100 monthly disbursements over 5 months, with any balances rolling over. The program was extended 5 more months in December of 2022. April was the last month for the program, and Bill 83 seeks to extend the program another 5 months from May through September. Speaker Therese Terlahi, the main sponsor of the bill, put forth an amended version that draws about $10.5 million from the fiscal year 2023 GovGuam General Fund excess. The initial version only drew from fiscal year 2022 excess, which contains just about $15.5 million. And DPW officials say motorists are extremely fortunate to never have been faced with catastrophe when passing through Ipow Road. They add that the cliff the road was built into could have given way at any point in time. Ipow Road has served as an important artery for traffic in and out of the hotel district for decades, and while construction has been underway to repair and expand the upper section, DPW officials are delaying the road's reopening just to be safe. DPW found that the cliff is eroding and discovered the road was built inadequately inadequately and could have collapsed. The construction project began in October 2022 and initially was set to be completed this month. DPW has not disclosed when the delayed reopening will be, but they say they will keep the community informed as the work continues. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
That road is dead to me now.
Man, I always pass there.
No, I used to enjoy coming down that hill, but I'm looking forward to hopefully it's going to be wider and it'll be room for pedestrians to walk up and down that hill to be able to just because it's important. People want to be able to just walk up that hill, wake up in the morning over at the Hilton, and then walk your way up to the 76 Circle K and see what's
calves are hurting already.
I know. Walk up the hill and go. What do we got here in this section of Timoni? It's going to be. That will be one of the ways that we're going to be getting to the Donkey Village, right?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Crazy.
So the same way that you've got around here, all the tourists walking up the JFK Hill to get to Kmart, I think there's going to be a whole lot more foot traffic moving through there to get to the Donkey Village down the road.
So we should do a hot dog stand up there?
Oh, we should do it. Yeah. Sell umbrellas on rainy days, that kind of thing. Shave ice and snow cones, etc. And maybe there ought to be a little bit more work done on the rest of the roadway up there. Sidewalks that'll take you all the way from the Hilton all the way up to the Donkey and across. I don't think there's a crosswalk there that goes across Marine Corps Drive, right?
I don't think so.
You can get one. You can get one to go from the 76 to the old UIU where the pizza place is, but that I'm aware of, is there one that will take you across the way.
They're going to make one, Ray.
Ponder it. Well, you know what? Now that I'm talking about it on the radio, last thing they do. It'll be the last thing they do. That and take down that god-awful, ugly chain link fence up and down Marine Corps Drive. 7:12 in the morning. Here it comes, the weather for today. Actually, I'm going to give you the weather for the entire weekend. Mostly sunny during the days, partly cloudy at night. Daytime highs 87, but with a heat index, it'll feel like 94 degrees. Might mist a little bit on you. Might be a little bit of rain falling, but it ain't going to be absolutely crazy. We'll get this up on the screen so you can see what I'm looking at in terms of weather. There's not a whole lot in the area. A lot of clouds and weather activity to the south of Guam, but we've got just a few spots of those clouds that are going to be coming into the Mariana Islands, and not a whole lot that is on our radar screens right now as you're looking at it. So I'm envisioning a beautiful Cinco de Mayo and great opportunities to look at the full moon tonight and tomorrow night while it sticks around. Sunset will be at 6:37. Sunrise this morning was at 5:58. Jeff over at Pirates Cove was out there doing his thing, grabbing some pictures. Hey, would you look at that? There's the sun coming up over the eastern side, and these are the shots while Jeff was waiting for the sun to come out. Ooh, nice. Moon.
Oh, is that Jeff's moon?
Moon set. Jeff. What ain't the sun? And no, I don't know if that's Jeff's moon.
Oh no!
Oh, what's this? A plug for Cinco de Mayo? Did that get included with the pictures? Nachos, Spanish cheese dip, triple tacos. We got burritos and steak quesadillas there, plus Corona bottles and margaritas are going to be on special as well for you. Celebrations of Cinco de Mayo. I'm going to assume that will start as soon as they open the doors for lunch today. Go ahead, let's do some Cinco de Mayo day drinking here. 7:14. Be right back.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
In celebration of our 34th anniversary on Guam, BK Melts are now available. Our classic melt features 2 flame-grilled Whopper Junior patties, a quarter pound, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce on 2 slices of toasted bread. BK Melts are also available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our super fans. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Sprite. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. They're your healthcare partners.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
It's the Superstation. What a Folks reporting on Russia claimed it foiled an attack by Ukrainian forces' drones on the Kremlin early yesterday, calling it an unsuccessful assassination attempt against President Vladimir Putin and promised retaliation for that terrorist act. Ukraine denies it. Putin was at his Novo-Ogoryovo residence outside of Moscow when the attack, the alleged attack on the Kremlin took place. No independent verification of the purported attack. It's unclear why it took the Kremlin hours to report the incident and why images, including the one that everybody has seen, the firecrackers going off over the Kremlin, are difficult to verify. Hard to report why the incident and why the images surface so late in the day. As I said, I'm concerned about this. I'm wondering if Putin is going to use this as a prelude to deepen the war with Ukraine and maybe involve a little bit of toe-to-toe with Americans. We'll watch and see what happens, obviously. 7:16 in the Ray Gibson Show, a bunch of other stuff that we're going to be talking about. Jimmy Craig should be dialing in, I believe, to talk about the Ocola deal, the Ocola allowance that is going to be going down here and in other places where American armed forces are situated, where there is a distinct difference in the cost of living there as opposed to as compared to the United States of America. And arguably, maybe things are getting better over here, and the difference is not as drastic. So they're talking about lowering that cost of living allowance out here, and there are some people that are very, very concerned about that, to the degree that it could have an impact on what happens on the civilian side of the fence. And, you know, we talk about cost of livings and things like that, and I mentioned this before. I wasn't 100% sure. I put this up on the screen during the newscast because I'd found this, and I figured, what the heck, I'm going to give them a plug anyway. Huge yard sale, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, and this is taking place at Sus Amparo Street in the Tacano subdivision up in Jigo. Multifamily, relocating off-island, everything must go. This is not the same as the other huge yard family ad that I put up in the last hour of the program. Yeah, it's a whole different set.
Instant family. Right?
It's Instant Family.
This is
so I know you're a boy from Guam. Here's the other one. Now this one's going to be taking place at Mayot Calvo Street in Jigo, not Amparo. In the Tacano. It's a whole different multi-family. Everything must go. It's going to start at 7 o'clock tomorrow and go until 10, but only tomorrow. They don't anticipate having stuff left over on Sunday. The point that I'm making is there's a couple of large yard sales taking place with multiple families that are leaving the island, which means, hey, might be someplace new for you to live up in Jigo Town. How close are we?
Opportunity?
How close are we to the VFW Post Canteen? 7:18 in the morning. Just maybe signs of our time. It might be like it was, and there was a chunk of the 2000s. When 90s, when our biggest export was containers full of stuff from people's houses when they moved to the States back in those days. Is that Senator Jimmy Craig
from
Moylan?
the halls of Congress?
How about that? From Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, Representative James Craig Moylan. Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Good morning,
Congressman, Senator. I don't know. You know, we were bowling buddies when we were kids. I mean, it's hard for me to keep track of all of his various accomplishments. You know.
Royal Lanes, Bantam League, Junior League. That was great times.
What a time, I tell you. Well, I've been lucky. I've had you a couple of times this week already talking about a variety of things. The last time was a conversation about compact impact repayments made to the community here and in other places, and the difficulties now made by the Biden administration's budget for the next year. And so they want to eliminate it, even though we're still in the midst of conversations with these COFA countries. I don't get it. I don't understand the thinking out there. Is there an update on that story before we get to the Ocola deal?
If you're referring to COFA, we're still working on that. Again, that's something we can take care of in Congress. I'm really confident with our Natural Resource Committee Chair, Bruce Westerman, that as a COFA recipient on his state in Arkansas and chairman of our committee, we have Ed Case from Hawaii as well, a part of the committee, Congressman Kalili as well from NMI and us here, so being in Guam. So when we get the Department of Interior's agreement, the proposal for these COFA states or nations, we will really look at it. We are the host states, we are the host territories We are recipients of the migrants. We're happy to do, but the budget needs to be sufficient to assist us in providing the goods of education, public safety, and public health especially, right? And to protect our territories, our districts, so we can provide that for our residents as well. So money is appropriated by Congress. Biden's administration didn't include it. That's wrong, but it can be adjusted. And with the Republican Party, I'm hoping we can move this forward in a bipartisan agreement with the other states.
Well, and I would hope that the Biden administration and the Department of State would be able to find sufficient funds to be able to do the work in these COFA places so that they don't need to worry about sending their kids to school on Guam or coming to the hospital on Guam. Just find ways to improve the economy and the environment down there so that there's no reason to become COFA immigrants into this community. Yesterday morning, our time, the word went out from your office that the Ocola was scheduled to be reduced on May the 15th, and the members of the armed forces should begin to see that companion deduction when they start getting their June 1st paychecks, correct?
That's correct. And our Rear Admiral Nicholson has fought with to keep that Ocola going. I echoed his voice as well in D.C. Through the Department of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. And we put that on the table. Now is not the time to reduce members' income especially in Indo-PACOM, when we know our threat is happening. How in the world does this administration figure this is a good time to reduce the income of cost of living allowance for these military personnel? When our nation is at a situation where we have communist China that is letting us know what it plans to do. Bad timing, just like what they're trying to do with COFA, bad timing again. The money is available to keep this going. Unfortunately, Biden hasn't opened up his woke drawer to rip up files and put the money in the security of our nation, which is the most important thing right now, to include the homeland, meaning Guam, right? Where we are here. We're the United States. And if you want to keep these woke deals going, that's just the wrong message to send. So we'll continue to fight. Nicholson is disappointed in this, I'm sure, but he's informing his troops, his military personnel here. It's time to start budgeting, relook at your budget, see what you have to do. On our end, we're at least working on the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. And this could possibly be an amendment, if I have the support of my colleagues, to place into the Budget Act to say, hey, at least keep it for Guam. You know, that's most important. These sailors, these armed forces members coming here for the defense of our nation, the cost of living isn't the best, right? And it's hard to do that. They're away from their families. Likewise for our military, Guam local folks as well, Army, Air, National Guard, reserves too. We need this, and it also impacts our economy as well. Why in the world would you do such a thing right now? If you had this 2 years planned in advance and the situation changes, well, then rechange your stuff. They're covering up. Biden's administration is covering up, saying we're increasing their pay. We're increasing their pay by 4.6. But how does that work in the islands, right? Our inflation rate is much higher. Everything that we have here is shipped in, flown in. It's costly. We all know that when we go to the States and we buy, some strawberries. Wow, they're so cheap. You come over to Guam, it's like, wow, they're so expensive. Basic things, milk, right? If you narrow it down, they're trying to cover it up, saying we're paying our military personnel more. Therefore, we can cut their Ocola agreement. Poor excuse from the administration because of their woke agenda. This is not right. We're going to try to focus on the NDAA to put it back in there, and I hope I get the approval from my colleagues on a bipartisan agreement.
Now, my understanding was that they were only supposed to do this once every 6 months or so. Take a look at what was happening with Ocola, conduct the research and information that they needed to be able to come up with a figure, whether it was going to be going up or going down. Do you have an idea of how recent their research has been, and to what degree? I've not seen a new percentage yet. When we were first talking about the reduction in Ocola, I thought I'd heard that it was going to be somewhere around 60% for Guam.
That's what I'm still looking at. I haven't seen anything different at this point. Then they're trying to balance it out because of the increase in pay for military personnel. But we know on Guam, Hawaii too, NMI as well, the inflation rate, the cost of our goods, that doesn't equal. And you're reducing our Ocola amount. So we're getting less than
well, my question is, where's the breadbasket that they're looking at? What are they looking at in terms of how do they come up with these figures in their COLA conversation? Is that based on what the prices might be off base at Payless versus what it is over at the what is it, Commissary Exchange on base?
Right. I wouldn't specifically say they're doing that on Guam, but they're doing that in the U.S. When they go outside versus the commissary inside, they see the difference. They could have looked at it Guam a little, but they didn't do it enough. Yes, it's based off price and based what's inside, and they see the comparison. But obviously, a price of milk versus inside, there's a big difference. So we still have a high cost of living on the islands. That's just how it is. So the military should, or the Department of Defense should at least be compassionate enough to say, let's not do that for Indo-PACOM, especially during this time, especially where we are now with the threat. So poor timing again. Well, very, very disappointed. We're going to fight for it to be Guam to be excluded in the NDAA, and we'll see what we can do with that.
All right, Senator, I appreciate your Congressman Jim Moylan. I appreciate your time. Happy Cinco de Mayo. May the 4th be with you while you're in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow is going to be Cinco de Mayo, and we've got full moon happening on Guam. Absolutely crazy time the crazy time looking forward to this weekend here. It's 7:26 in the morning. I'll yak at you later.
All right.
888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. Not a whole lot of new information in that conversation. We are aware, obviously, that it's going to be happening. What changes are going to be the net effect of throwing this in the NDAA? Donamila saying, "Can Congressman please provide solutions, not just repeat what we already know? All I'm hearing are echoes. Congressman, hold this governor accountable for these swindled ARPA funds." Well, there's that as well. You know what's going to happen, Jose, is there's going to be a rapid reach clawback, if you will, from Washington, D.C., where they're going to say, yeah, we know we gave you a specific time to spend those monies, but you still haven't used all of that money, and anything that you haven't used, you need to give back to the federal government so that we can reduce the deficit. That's going to be coming from Republicans in D.C. before too much longer. Ismail says, look, the service members on island get the COLA as an adjustment and also get BAS for sustenance. Guys at Anderson could also be losing their BAS allowance once the dining facility is completed next year. Mike Snipes is Jim Moylan complaining about the cost of living on island. Stop complaining. Start looking at real solutions. Jones Act. Do we want to throw those words around here, or how about look at what we're paying in the business privilege taxes here on Guam, and that's going to be my song and dance since forever when they decided that they were going to keep it at 5%. That was never supposed to be a permanent move. It was just in response to Donald Trump's plans, his tax plans, and the government decided that they were going to need to beef things up for a while and then give us back that 4% business privilege tax, but they didn't. They took it to 5%. And not only did they take it to 5%, they took it to 5%. In the last couple of years, we have seen the inflation train just crazy speed up here on Guam and in this part of the world. And all of a sudden, that 5% is worth a whole lot more to the government of Guam, even though we're not getting a whole lot more by way of government services. 7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts has got the extra point here. You want to do that now, or are you going to news and headlines? What do you think? What's best?
It's up to you.
Okay, good.
It is the business report. You can do the Jerry Roberts.
I'll do the business report a little bit later on.
Right.
Tell you what, let's get into Jerry Roberts and the pre-recorded extra point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
If your career takes you from the front lines of the working world to the supervisory ranks, one day you will come across the question about the differences between a leader and a manager. I've seen that issue discussed in pages and pages, and also in a paragraph. We won't do either of those today, but hopefully provide just enough to give you a reasonable view. That's next on The Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Okay, manager or leader. There are differences between the two. Let's get into it. First, it's important to understand that unless you work for one of Guam's largest employers, it's an absolute certainty that you will have to wear both hats simultaneously. Therefore, your goal would be to act as an example of the best of both. I'll tell you up front that this is not easy. Most people are naturally better at one than the other. That said, one is not better than the other. The idea is to be able to slip between the two effortlessly, depending on the situation at hand and the people involved. Some workers do better when managed, and others benefit from being led. I know this seems a bit generic, and it is. Each requires a different set of tools and strategies, and it takes time to know what to do, when to do it, and with whom. Don't sweat it. You'll figure it out. Or you won't. Only time will tell. One key responsibility of a supervisor is to delegate tasks. The idea here is that you will have more time to handle more important work, and the people you delegate work to will have an opportunity to grow their skills and confidence. Delegating involves control and ownership. My first boss, Big Ed, gave us work to do and controlled it in the early stages. As we proved ourselves, the degree of difficulty and the level of authority he gave us to make decisions both increased. He was taking less control and giving us more ownership. If you're following, Ed was growing us. He started out as our manager and later became our leader. As we grew, he sold us on his vision for how the business should operate, and we bought in. When I left Ed to transfer to the courier division, I was met with a manager who was absolutely obsessed with constant driving speed being between 50 and 55 miles per hour when we had to go on the freeway, which was about half the time. Now, there was an automatic control on the vehicle where it could not exceed 55, but he could see if I was constantly pushing it to the max. He also saw when I dropped below 50. Either way, he incessantly harped on the speed issue. Nothing else seemed to matter. Nothing else was ever discussed. Here's the thing. I was on the open road, seeing a ton of people every day, and made slightly better money than the previous work with Ed. It should have been a great job, but it wasn't. There was zero growth and zero interest in me and my career. Something else to note is that a manager will delegate the work to get it done, while a leader will judge the end result per the larger picture. If you manage a department, in general, you need to make sure the needs of the unit are covered, plus whatever your responsibilities are with other departments. A CEO, division leader, and a business owner has a different perspective. They trust that needed work will be done in all areas of the operation, but that bigger picture is always changing, always evolving, and they have to balance everything to be successful. This includes staffing, and eventually it gets into the area of succession, an issue that worries every leader. Will you continually be able to grow and find the talent you need when you need it? Here's my advice. Start with being a good manager. Learn how to handle workload, processes, and deliver the results expected of you. At the same time, know that organizations must have talent, grow people, and prepare them for larger roles. That's a step into leadership. You can be good at managing and leading if you want to be. I hope that's the choice you make. And that's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Thanks, Jerry Roberts. 7:34 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Interesting stuff there that he points out, and I've got a couple of interesting things that I will point out between now and the top of this hour. In the meantime, though, we got to jump from Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point into news and headlines with Donna D. Brought to you by all of our friends over at Burger King, and still celebrating the anniversary. But reminder, it's May, and in May, it's I Love the Whopper month. The details on that a little bit later on. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Hoffaday Realty. You can reach out to them on the internet at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Now, with news and headlines, here's Donna D. Donna.
A bus driver was busted for being drunk and having meth just before he was to take Southern High School students home. 48-year-old bus driver Daryl James Spearman was seen by an employee having trouble switching gears and moving around in his seat. He was ordered to stop and let the students off the bus. Police found a glass pipe and 2 baggies of meth in his hydro flask. He was released on a $20,000 personal recognizance bond. And a Guam-Japan joint venture company has been awarded a nearly $107 million contract for the military buildup. Cortec HDCC Kajima will build an embarkation facility for U.S. Marines at Naval Base Guam. The project is funded by the government of Japan as part of the international agreement with the United States. Expected completion is October 2026. And public school students have been showcasing their talents in the 2023 GDOE Music Festival, which began on Tuesday at the new Sinahanya Performing Arts Theater. There's one more performance this morning from 10 to 11:30, and the finale will take place at 6:30 tomorrow evening at the Agana Shopping Center. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
There was a scary headline on the internet this morning. It said a MASH star died. One of the stars of the television show MASH died. And
why is it scary?
Well, because there was one of my favorite shows when I was growing up. As it turns out, it wasn't one of the main characters. It was, but I think there are people that still enjoyed the role that she played, Rosie. Remember the little bar that they had, that little hooch that they would drink at occasionally when they weren't drinking in their own tent?
Yeah.
Yeah, the lady that played Rosie died. So if
So
you,
why is that scary?
well, I don't like the idea that as I get older, a lot of people, a lot of my favorite.
I thought you meant like she was attacked by something
No,
scary.
stars and actors and actresses are passing away. It's just just a sign that it's a sign of my continuous aging process when I have to start mentally burying my own heroes. The same way I felt. Remember when the dad on the Brady Bunch died? The guy that played the dad on the Brady Bunch. Oh, he's been dead for 30 years. Yeah, it's forever.
How come I don't remember this?
Because you were in middle school when it happened. That's why. But when he passed away, I was like losing my own father.
You were sad?
Yeah, I was sad at that time. 7:37 in the morning. And a little bit more on this story here. What a nightmare for parents whose kids ride the bus. Is wondering whether or not your bus driver is drunk or high or maybe both. The story here: the bus driver at Southern High charged with drug possession and impaired driving.
Jeez, man!
And I'm going.
Did you see his mugshot? How did he even get hired? He looks like a drug.
I don't know. It's released on $20,000 personal recognizance bond. I know. Didn't we talk to Doug Moylan about this the other day? He's trying to get them out of the habit of letting people out under this personal recognizance here, because it's vaporware. It doesn't really exist. It's not like somebody was writing a check out to cover his.
So is he running buses today, Ray?
I don't think I'm sure he's not running buses, but just read the story. The PDN's got an interesting story. Spearman was having trouble getting the school bus out of gear. He was moving around in his seat, according to the charging documents, ordered to turn off the ignition, and they thankfully kicked the kids out of the bus. Police reported that Spearman had red, watery eyes, his hands were moving back and forth constantly, and that he appeared to be chewing something, but there appeared to be nothing in his mouth. I don't know that that's a symptom of, I don't know if that's a symptom of being drunk, but certainly a symptom of, tweaking right then and there. Failed the standard field sobriety test, could not stand upright without assistance, and his speech was slurred, according to the complaint. An officer picked up the Hydro Flask container, heard liquid and a rattling sound coming from the container. The officer emptied the container, found a plastic container that had a glass pipe, commonly used to smoke methamphetamines, dark-colored residue, 2 small baggies with crystallized substance suspected to be likewise methamphetamine as well. He admitted to owning the flask, said it was in his possession the entire time. So what's going to happen with the guy now? And it kind of raises the question: is there among the bus drivers drug testing going on?
Pre-employment, probably. That's about it.
Don't know. Don't know.
Give
I mean,
that guy a
is there?
raise.
Yeah,
Give him 22%.
There was another accident that was looked into not that long ago, and the sad thing about this is it puts into stark relief. You know, you've got the allegations against this guy, but it was just a couple of weeks ago. In fact, Donna just did the story last hour. It was just a couple of weeks ago where there was a bus driver that actually prevented perhaps somebody getting kidnapped. That guy had his day in court yesterday. Anyway, just really, really interesting. And the question that I've got is, how often are these guys being tested for drug and alcohol abuse while they're driving our kids around? I tell you what, last day of school couldn't come sooner. 7:40 in the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take a look at what happened in the markets and traffic and more after these.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
In 19 minutes, it's going to be 8 o'clock in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by, our friends over at Security Title, Kim and Ron. What are they up to these days? Well, just doing the usual, just trying to make sure that people can make it through their real estate transactions without too many glitches, and ensuring a glitch-free experience when it comes to things like escrow as well. If you don't understand the concept, they'll be happy to explain it to you. Kim and Ron over at Security Title. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by my friends over at Beyond the Box in the Micronesia Mall. Congratulations to all the graduates of 2023. Way to go. You did it, huh? Finally got out of 5th grade. Yeah, it's going to be middle school next year. Way to do it. If you've got some grads that you want to help celebrate, then swing by Beyond the Box and ask them about the incredible prices that they've got. Their graduation blowout on brand new MacBook Airs. This is the one with 512 gigabytes on it, $200 off. And there's other big deals they've got waiting for you and your grads. Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. Must be traffic time. On screen right now, I got a map of Guam. Oh, I love this. Don't call it the tip of the spear. Michael Bavacqua wants them to stop calling it the tip of the spear. He wants us to instead call it that slipper-looking thing in the Western Pacific. Yeah, that slipper-looking island.
Duk, and he came out?
Yes, exactly. Did he want to talk about the original landowners over at Lalu? No. He wants to talk about the tip of the spear. All right, so southbound Marine Corps Drive gets ugly around Ipalpal. Make your way into the Dededo area. Lots of traffic at Iseng Song. Lots of traffic coming off of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive. Marine Corps Drive already kind of jammed up most of Dededo as you make your way towards the Harmon and K-Mark area. So watch out for some of the intersections. Route 16, busy, not terribly busy. We got a couple of spots where it does look like it might slow you down. 8, 10, and 16, as a matter of fact, with a lot more traffic on the Route 8 side. Dogging out traffic all the way into the downtown Hagåtña area. Route 10, running fairly clear right now. Don't see a whole lot happening on Route 4 either, so it might be a not so bad morning to drive. What, did everybody leave Guam or just sleep in? Because, everybody Thirsty Thursday last night. I see what's going on. 7:40, pre-gaming, if you will, for the Cinco de Mayo celebrations. That probably already starting all over Guam. It's 7:43. I'll be right back.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Express yourself into the groove. The Guam Chamber of Commerce celebrates its 99th anniversary at the Dusatani Resort on May 6th with the theme of Madonna's Vogue. The Chamber's membership includes many corporations, large and small, entrepreneurs, and nonprofit organizations. Members play a key part in making Guam a star-bright place to live, work, and play. Let's congratulate the Guam Chamber of Commerce and its members on celebrating its 99th anniversary.
Yeah, and they're going to do that tomorrow night. You guys go and have a really, really good time with the Madonnas and the Princes and all of that. 7:44 in the morning, time for me to sell a sandwich. What kind? How about the kind that I had the other day? Number 4, Subway series going on right now, and you can get them delivered right to you with the Good To Go app, or go to the website, goodtogowedeliver.com. Enjoy the convenience of having the all-new menu of 12 chef-inspired sandwiches delivered right to your doorstep at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255. We normally take care of the market report in the early part of this hour, but busy with the conversation with Congressman Jimmy Craig Moylan out in Washington, D.C., watching what's happening and seeing if there's anything to be done about the Cola flap that we've been talking about over the last couple of months. As Bob Kelly pointed out, it ain't really that big a deal. You know, it's something that they do to equalize the cost of living as much as they possibly can from all of the different places where members of the armed forces happen to be stationed and live. And sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. But has the cost of living on Guam gone down all that much, do you suppose? Or has it just gotten that much worse in the States? You know, how are they doing the mathematics on that? Haiti Gilbert, writing in the Pacific Daily News today, just too high. Food and energy costs keep on soaring. Story reads, every trip to the grocery store paying for electricity has become even more of a pain in Guam's households. Pocketbooks, cereal and egg prices soaring 26%, 98% respectively, and electricity increasing by 83% in the first quarter of 2023 compared to just a year ago. Buying infants and toddlers' clothing as well as boys' apparel also costlier by nearly 29% from the prior year. Having pets has become pricier, with the cost of pets and pet products increasing by 23.3%. Funeral expenses went up by 23.1%. What's up with that, Tony and Annette and Pinko? Why is it more expensive now to put somebody in the ground? Dude. Oh, yeah. Well, you know why? You know why that is? Because you remember when they were paying people to die during COVID? You know, you died with COVID.
Incentives.
And you get, they incentivize. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to be around to enjoy it, but my family's going to get $10,000 more in all of this stuff. They've taken a look. Bureau of Stats and Plans has got some new ideas on where the prices have gone. I'm looking. There's got to be some good news in here. Where the prices have gone down. Egg prices have since gone down, still costlier than they were a year ago.
Weed, Ray, has gone down a little bit.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah.
And crystal methamphetamine, I'm sure,
definitely down.
Likewise has gone down. Now this is how bad price of eggs are. So I should have set the alarm. You know, with as much technology, I should have set the alarm. I wanted to have some hard-boiled eggs the other day. And so I took four.
Smell that already.
I got 4 hard-boiled eggs, and I put them in a thing of water, and I told the stove to get as hot as it possibly could. And I figured, 10 minutes later, I'd have the perfectly cooked hard-boiled eggs. It's a favorite of mine. I like to make sandwiches out of it. Anyway, so I set the stove, put it on high, and walked away and picked up my phone. I was going to tell Siri to set the timer.
Oh, Lord.
I'm checking to see if Siri's heard that. But I forgot because I was looking at TikTok at the time. And you know how it is with TikTok. You can lose an hour.
Lost, yeah.
Yes, you lose an entire hour.
Which is about
what
Gibson.
I got. Which is about what happened. I lost a significant amount of time. And I'm in the living room and I go, what is that smell? Something smells. It smells like there's a fire in the house. What could possibly be? Oh, and so I got back to the bowl. I mean the pot with the water in it. Except there was no more water in it. There were 4 hard-boiled eggs for sure, and all 4 of them had the little brown spot from sitting in the hot part of. Yeah.
Oh man,
that's what that burning thing was. Now did I throw it away?
No.
Hell no. No, those are 75 cents a piece or something like that at the going rate, and so I.
What'd you do? Give it to the homeless?
No, I ate them.
Oh, okay.
I've eaten them. I actually,
Donna.
I actually looked this up one because this is not the first time this has happened to me. First time it happened to me, I did a Google because I wanted to find out, did I automatically turn them into something poisonous?
Dangerous?
Yeah, yeah. You waited until the water was
still
gone.
Alive, dude.
Don't bother eating that. They'll put you in front of the medical examiner right now. But as it turns out, the only thing is that it'll do is it'll make them maybe a little bit firmer than you want them to, and maybe not as tasty as you'd like them to be.
Cause of death, eggs.
Yeah, but I wasn't going to throw them out. I wasn't going to give them to the dog or anything like that. I don't have a dog. 7:49 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. But take a look at the markets and see how they did. Oh, yeah, all three of the American markets in the toilet right now. S&P 500 down by 30 points. NASDAQ down by almost 60. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average, the big loser for the day, 286.5 points down, closing at 33,127. FTSE down by 85. Asian markets aren't looking so bad. I got the Nikkei up at by 34 points. Hang Seng Index up 250 points. Shanghai up by 28 points. VIX is up by 1.75. Usually runs opposite to the American markets, and the DAX is off by 80 points here. Big movers on the S&P 500. Charter Communications, Mohawk Industries. Now I could have looked at the NASDAQ or the Dow, but I went with the S&P because they got Mohawk Industries in there. ResMed, Catalent, and Royal Caribbean round out the top five in their bottom five on the S&P 500. First Republic Bank, First Solar, T-Mobile US, Amazon.com, and First Energy Corporation. Now, on the commodities, I mentioned this earlier. Absolutely delighted with what I'm seeing happening with West Texas crude and Tapas. Now, West Texas just the other day drifted below $70 per barrel. Today it is $68.59. And we might not see it right away, but that's going to translate to lower gas prices on base because everything is keyed into the price of gasoline, which is keyed into the price of West Texas crude. If you're buying gold, that one is up by $21. Wow, another big day for gold. What is that telling you? Do you need to get into that market, or is there just that many more people that are looking at that particular precious metal to hedge against Armageddon? $2,058 for an ounce of gold today. You might want to look at silver if gold is a little bit too rich for your blood. Silver also up $26.33 for an ounce of all of that stuff. If you're looking at currencies, going to be doing some. Oh, I didn't give you the Tapas number yet. All right, West Texas at 68.45 or so. Tapas at $75.24, which is much lower, $5 or $6 lower than it was last week. Week before. So we're watching that. We're watching downward trajectory on that. And again, for those of you that are just tuning in, or maybe have never heard me do this litany before, West Texas, American standard for oil. Tapas crude is the kind of oil that is bought by the companies that make gasoline that gets into your gas tank on Guam. So, yeah, West Texas can go up and down, and Tapas will kind of follow it, not very closely, but Tapas is also down, and that could mean maybe today a break on gas. No, they just lowered it to $4.95 for a gallon of gas on Guam, but that was when it was trading at $81, $82 a barrel. Now that it's $75 and looks like it could be trending down, it's Friday, and they like to make those moves on Friday. So maybe for the second time this week, we might see a drop in the price of gasoline. 7:52 in the morning. Now, going traveling, Japanese yen at 134.22 here this morning. I've got the peso at 55.4 for those of you that are Philippines bound. And if you're headed to South Korea, 1,324 won in exchange for the greenback. 7:53. Real Joe, is there a Bitcoin number today?
There is. It's 28,859. It's down 178 today. What does it mean, Ray?
Means you say sell off your Bitcoin and buy some gold.
I have a serious question.
No.
I know this is shocking.
Oh boy.
Okay, but if the dollar crashes, will you be paying me in those John Wick golden coins? That's all I want to know, man.
Okay.
Because you won't be able to direct deposit.
First of all, I never watched any of the John Wick movies.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. You know, I watched.
We used to be close, Ray.
I watched a little bit of one. And it was a scene it was like a nightclub scene where, and it was a longish one too, where he went from one side of the building with a gun or guns, and he picking them up and reloading and doing
rid of everybody.
Yeah, and just it was a string of about 75 people that were shot in the space of about 2.5 minutes.
That's worse than COVID, Ray.
Yeah. So all because they killed his dog.
Yeah, they took his car, Ray.
See, this is the part where I'm trying to avoid answering the question. If the dollar crashes, what do we do? What do we do? And the answer is, I don't know. I've got a lot of canned food over at my house and a pistol to be able to defend it. Serious. I don't know. We've never had anything like that in my lifetime. I'm not old enough to remember the Great Depression. I'm old enough to have lived around people that were.
and have picked up some of their, some people call it hoarding. I don't. I call it preparing for, a disastrous tomorrow. So there might be something. I've got a whole room at the house, Joe. It is. I'm not going to say filled floor to ceiling with junk. But it's all kinds of projects and things that I've worked on that I refuse to throw away. I've got 2 or 3 chainsaw blades, right? Chains for the chainsaw. And I could throw them away because I've got spares for like everything. I could just throw them away, but you never know.
You might be able to barter with those.
I might be able to barter town with that one of these days. There are things in there in the back part of the house that I believe I might be able to use to be able to purify water and then be able to live off that pure water one of these days. 7:55 in the morning, but I don't want to go down that deadly road here. Although it's possible, as I said this morning, the weird thought in my head is Cinco de Mayo. We got a full moon going. And we've got, this so-called drone attack over the Kremlin. It's kind of interesting, some of the back and forth on social media about that. I'm sure Ismail is exposed to it. You get the Putin saying, "Oh yeah, this is not Kiev coming after me. This is not Zelensky coming after me. This is the United States trying to warn me off." And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Putin, I got a feeling, I know that we sometimes give the military a hard time with the drag queens and all that other stuff, charcuterie contests and that. But you really, if we wanted to take out Putin, don't you think we probably could have done that already?
Yeah,
By now. I mean, just about anybody. We're just going to send him a big Moab or something, mother of all bombs, and that would take care of that problem.
Like him, Ray.
Yeah, but
they won't say it though.
But we haven't, because we don't want to be the architects of World War III. A couple of other interesting things, and I don't know, while I'm talking about the very interesting movements that are taking place around here, one of the other stories that I was watching a little bit earlier is there has apparently been a meeting now aboard a submarine. They're talking about, let me see here, first of its kind submarine visit forges relationships. Now, guaranteed they're watching out for this in North Korea. U.S. military has revealed South Korean, U.S., and Japanese submarine commanders jointly boarded an American nuclear ballistic missile submarine for the first time last month, a sign of bolstering trilateral cooperation against North Korean threats. On the Pentagon's Defense Visual Information Distribution Services, it posted a series of photos showing the 3 officials aboard the USS Maine.
Oh, nice.
An Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine in the vicinity of Guam on April the 18th. In the vicinity of Guam. The 3, Rear Admiral Lee Soo-yul, the commander of the South Korean Navy Subforce, Rear Admiral Rick Safe, the commander of the U.S.'s Submarine Group 7, and Vice Admiral Tateki Tawara, the commander of the Japan Fleet Submarine Force. And they're talking about this between here and Japan and Seoul, Korea. And as I say, no doubt folks in North Korea are taking a look at it, saying, maybe we've got a hypersonic thingy, but we do a thing with our hypersonics. And now we've got nukes coming off of submarines, not just from the United States of America, but also Korea and also Japan. Does that deter them from wanting to rattle things around a little bit more, or does it encourage them? That's the thing. One of the deals I'm going to do a little bit later on today, it was on the air while I was prepping, but one of the early morning shows that we've been playing around with, and I think this one's a keeper, is the Hugh Hewitt Show. And he was interviewing a guy who has got some experience in the Indo-PACOM region and was talking about the Chinese threat and was talking about the North Korean threat. And Hugh Hewitt, and it's the first time I've heard it from any of the mainland, right-wing bomb throwers. Hugh Hewitt was asking about Okinawa and Guam and some kind. You heard that, right?
Yeah, it caught my ear, man.
Wait. What? He's talking about Okinawa and Guam and war, kinetic battles being waged around here. Is it going to be war? So, that's the thing about Cinco de Mayos and full moons, and maybe when they occur at the same time, as you just never know what's going to happen. Closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning and the last day of the week for me. I hope you've got some big plans to celebrate over the weekend. As we say, have as much fun as you possibly can, but be careful. No doubt there are going to be cops lingering at some of the usual watering spots here, looking out for somebody that might be having a little bit too much, but when they get behind the wheel, always a good idea to try to find out what
the number for Korea Taxi is, and that special friend that actually has one of those kind of Uber-y businesses. Yeah, there's one or two like that around here. Anyway, coming up, Fox News Live. We'll find out what's going on around the nation and the world. Donna D with another look at big news and headlines for Guam. And coming up in the next hour, there's big deals going on. I don't know if you've heard over at the Micronesia Mall. I'll be down there tomorrow trying to give away a truck, I think. And then we've got this massive 3-on-3 basketball tourney that's going to be coming up down the road. Details on that and plenty more in the next hour of The Ray Gibson Show.
The Justice Department will do everything in its power to defend the American people. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Those words from Attorney General Merrick Garland after a federal jury convicted several members of the far-right group the Proud Boys on charges related to the January 6th riot.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland praised federal law enforcement for working to hold the participants in the January 6th Capitol riot accountable. A federal jury convicted 4 of 5 Proud Boys leaders of seditious conspiracy Thursday, and Garland said now after 3 trials in all,
we have secured the convictions of leaders of both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers for seditious conspiracy, specifically conspiring to oppose by force the lawful transfer of presidential power. Our work will continue.
He said after pouring through hours of video, pictures, digital data, and decrypting messages, they've secured the convictions of more than 600 people so far for their roles in January 6th. Garland did not take any questions.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. 4 people are dead in a shooting in rural South Georgia. Authorities say the gunman killed his mother and his grandmother at 2 neighboring homes, then killed a woman in a McDonald's in downtown Moultrie, Georgia, about 60 miles northeast of Tallahassee, Florida, then turned the gun on himself. A court appearance for the suspect in the mass shooting yesterday in Atlanta that left 1 woman dead and 4 others hurt. Prosecutors say Dion Patterson has been charged with 1 count of murder and aggravated assault charges. As the victims, they say he wounded, continue to recover.
2 of the 3 in critical care are going back to the operating room today for additional procedures. The 3rd patient is stable. Hopefully we'll be able to move out of the ICU today.
Dr. Robert Jansen with Grady Memorial Hospital. Police in Davis, California have arrested 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez in connection with 3 stabbings, 2 of which were fatal. America is listening to Fox News.
1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the 2nd floor of the Baltej Pavilion in Tumuri.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Ed Sheeran is cleared in a copyright infringement case.
Ed Sheeran was found not liable in the copyright infringement lawsuit brought by the estate of Ed Townsend, who claimed that Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud copied Let's Get It On, the Marvin Gaye song he co-wrote with the late music star. Sheeran, in a press conference, said he was happy he does not have to retire, but also called the claims for the lawsuit baseless.
I'm just a guy with a guitar who loves writing music for people to enjoy. I am not and will never allow myself to be a piggy bank for anyone to shake.
A big win for Sheeran, who has a new album out tomorrow. He added that the chord progressions used in both songs are musical building blocks. It took the jury just 2.5 hours to find the singer not liable. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has denied a request by Democrats, including President Biden, to move the state's primary election into the early weeks of the nominating calendar as part of elevating more diverse electorates. Raffensperger says that the Democrats' push was unilateral. Alexa adds a new skill when it comes to food deliveries.
It can already order you dinner through some apps.
Salads,
soup, noodles, curry.
Now, Amazon's Alexa can also track Uber Eats deliveries in the U.S. Amazon Echo devices can announce the progress of the meals from when they're being prepared right through to when Uber's driver arrives with the food. Apple Siri and Google Assistant have the ability to order Uber Eats, but so far the Alexa integration only allows customers to track orders. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
If you're tired of trying to remember passwords, Google has some good news. The company is adding what's called pass keys as a more straightforward and secure way to log into its services. The company says they could end the need to remember complicated passwords or trusting so-called password managers. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment located in Harmon Industrial Park.
This spring, shop on over to the Micronesia Mall and enter to win. Redeem receipts totaling $10 or more. Scratch for a chance at instant prizes from Burger King or Foot Locker. Or receive a grand prize entry form for a drawing on May 6th for a chance to win a new Toyota Tacoma 4x4 SR5 off-road package with lift kit from Atkins Scroll Toyota. 10 lucky runners-up will get $250 gift certificates from Goodwin Travel and Tour for tickets to Philippine Airlines. Shop more, win more at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insured. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Holiday, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. GovGuam's federal lawsuit against the Navy, which seeks compensation for the environmentally hazardous ORDOT dump, could be resolved without going to trial. Federal court documents state GovGuam and the Justice Department are currently participating in mediation. A D.C. federal judge, where the case was filed, recently extended all deadlines in the case by 4 months to allow for mediation and possible court-approved settlement. GovGuam sued the Navy in 2017, seeking fair and equitable compensation from the Navy as a potentially responsible party for the dump, which opened before World War II while the island was still under a naval government. The military continued to use the dump for decades, even after it was turned over to the civilian government. GovGuam has already spent over $69 million to close the dump, and long-term maintenance is expected to cost $31.3 million more. And while the White House did not include compact impact reimbursement in its fiscal year 2024 budget, Congressman Jim Moylan says he's confident the money will continue to flow and may even grow. Moylan says now might be an opportune time to get Washington to actually increase the amount of compact impact reimbursement. He says one of the reasons COFA funding was not included in the budget is because the 20-year contract will be over this fiscal year, and it's Congress's responsibility to give the funding. Guam has sought reimbursement for hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 20 years to pay for health, education, and safety impacts, but Washington has appropriated only as much as $30 million a year to be shared. Moylan says he's ready to push for a higher amount, but notes that the process is much longer in the U.S. Congress. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Lawmakers will be discussing Senator Joe San Augustine's Bill 75 when they reconvene session on May 9. The measure proposes to provide $15 million to DOA to fund a business assistance program. The governor promised to give $5 million from ARP money in support of the program to make the total funding $20 million. Bill 83 to extend the power credit program would utilize all the current excess, and it was questioned whether there was enough funding for both measures. Bill 83 sponsor, Speaker Theresa Terlahi, says the power credits are paid monthly and not all at once, so there should be enough to cover credits for 5 months from the general fund excess. She adds that the governor can also fund LEAP completely out of ARP money, or use her transfer authority to ensure relief for power bills is prioritized. Last week, San Augustine stated that a non-withstanding provision was added to Bill 75 to ensure that an appropriated sum of up to $15 million would be transferred to DOA as soon as such funds become available. And Bureau of Statistics and Plans Deputy Director Matthew Santos says the cost of housing, electricity, and food are the major factors in the continued increase in Guam's price index, all of which are impacted by shipment costs since most consumer goods are brought into the island. Santos says even if the cost of produce and other items from the states have gone down, Guam still sees higher prices because of the added cost of bringing those items to the island, including the cost of fuel. It would take some time for stateside prices to trickle down to consumers on Guam. Guam's housing situation is also unique since construction costs are still high, again impacted by the shipping costs and fuel, along with the limited number of housing for rent or sale. The top price increases in the first quarter are eggs at 98% and electricity at 82.9%. Guam reached its highest inflation in 16 years in 2022 at 7.9%. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I got you, 8:11 in the morning. I want to thank Cause Endo. We were talking about the high price of eggs and how I would not throw away 4 perfectly good eggs even after I had them in boiling water until there was no more water in the pot. So he says he's given me, my friend Cause, hit me up with the instructions for the perfect boiled egg. He says, boil for 3 minutes.
There you go.
Yeah, I was supposed to tell Siri to set the alarm, but I forgot because I was on TikTok. Be sure to put in baking soda in the water so the shells come off. Come right off when they peel.
Is that an ancient Japanese secret?
I'm not entirely sure, Real Joe. He says put baking soda in the water. This might start World War III. Forget about tranny, whatever. Forget about pronouns. This might be the thing that sets everybody off. He says who said to put baking soda in the water? That doesn't do anything. It just clouds up the water. It'll thicken up in there. What are you talking about? After boiling for 3 minutes, let it set in the hot water for another 2 minutes, then flash chill them in a bowl of ice water. After about a minute or so, enjoy the perfect boiled egg. That's a lot of steps, bro.
They're going to sell out of that baking soda now.
Everybody's going to be going. But the question that I have for you, is that for real, bros and ladies?
Try it
now. Is that for real? Okay, so here's the, because I've tried it and it's only been marginally successful. Maybe I don't know if I've put enough or too much. I don't know. And because like I said, I like a hard boiled egg. I like soft-boiled eggs, too. So my deal when I pay attention is I will boil the egg for like 8 minutes. Just leave it, put it, get a rolling boil for about 8 minutes.
Come on, dude.
And then I will...
You're going to kill the yolk.
Then, whatever. So then I stick it in ice water. That part I do. And lately what I've been doing is... it's an exercise in denying myself instant gratification. I'll stick them in the refrigerator. So it's boiled, then it hit the ice bath, and now it's going in the refrigerator for about an hour, and then get refrigerator cold. Then I have discovered when I roll, I'm burping eggs now from 2 days ago. Then I discover when I try to crack the eggs, I kind of roll it over the coffee table and kind of make a little circle. Then I discover the egg shell pops off easier.
Oh, yeah.
Once I've done it that way.
Excellent.
All right. Excellent. For my next trick, as much as I like soft-boiled eggs, as much as I like hard-boiled eggs, I think my next goal here is to become expert in deviled eggs.
Evil.
Charlie Laron says what you want to do is get yourself a limited time only Dash, DASH, rapid egg cooker. Will cook 6 eggs right now. for hard-boiled eggs, poached eggs, scrambled eggs, or omelets with the auto shut-off feature. She says it works. It's easy. You don't need a stove, and you don't have to watch it. You put the eggs in the thing, and it's only got one button on it. If I'm looking at it right on Amazon, it only has one button, and I'm right. It's the on button. There it is, right there. I guess I'll beep it to you because I know you're going to want me to beep it to you. So you can buy this thing. It is the Dash Rapid Egg Cooker. You can buy it in chrome and black, and aqua and blue and cream and dream blue and red and yellow and white for your kitchen. It will set you back $20. Add another $10 for shipping or whatever for your Prime membership. I'll see if I can put some of this up on the screen so that you can see it. So they want you to buy, because they do that bundle thing, right? So they've got the egg cooker and the mini maker. And the mini maker is for making waffles and flapjacks, I assume.
Waffles.
All right. Yeah, I know. It's 8:50 in the morning. It's Cinco de Mayo, and now all of a sudden everybody within the sound of my voice is hungry. Do we already do the weather? Okay. No, wait, apparently we didn't. Mostly sunny with highs near 87 degrees today. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with highs near 86 degrees. Mostly sunny on Sunday with highs near 86 degrees. I got a feeling that today, if I do it right, might end up being a beachy kind of day. There might be some isolated showers falling, but we've had some great mostly sunny skies and some great sunsets recently. So by all means, if you can, get your weekend started as early as possible. Sunset tonight, not until 6:37. # tell the others. There it is. News and weather together and egg cooking instructions right here on 93.3 The Point.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the original recipe, but in this sizzling summer heat, I'm feeling a little extra crispy. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy meal today. KFC is extra finger licking good.
Ang inyong bangko na tapat sa serbisyo. Tunay na kaibigan na handa para sa inyo. Ang bangko ng kinabukasan, laging maaasahan. And Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Right on. So what color should I get? Because I'm buying this. Charlie, thanks very much. Charlie,
What
my
color
healthcare
is your KitchenAid
my
mixer?
healthcare, my KitchenAid. I don't have a KitchenAid.
Oh man,
don't have like that one here because they're not expensive. The black one's only $16.99, blue for $24.99, $25.99 for the cream. I kind of like that one. There's a fire truck red for $16.99. A plain white one is $18.99, and it comes with things. Okay, because it'll cook the eggs a bunch of different ways: hard boiled, soft boiled, but it will also omelet, which I love. And make it so that you can get into egg salad sandwiches a whole lot faster. Anyway, 8:17 in the morning, trying to pick out which color I think I'm going to get. Don't go with the black one, right? Don't go with the black one. It feels standard. I'm going to want something that's got a little bit of color, some zest to it. You know what I mean? Anyway, 8:17, Ray Gibson Show. What am I supposed to tell you about? Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. You could today be driving around in a brand new Nissan automobile. Terms and conditions apply. They're going to take a look at your credit. But once they've done that, they say the guy will come out and say, yeah, the dude in financing says, no problem. All I need you to do is sign here, and then you drive away. And you might be thinking, well, wait a second. What about my license plate, Ray? How am I going to get a new license plate? You know what? That's somebody else's problem. SEP, somebody else's problem. I got just a thought while I'm thinking about it. Don't worry, Nissan. I'm not going to charge you for this. But I'm wondering if there's a police officer and he's looking at a car and the car is going too fast or it didn't signal for the red, the guy's talking on his phone or something like that. If he's got one of those paper plates, like we're waiting for the regular Guam license plate to come in, if it's got the paper plate, do you suppose the cop will just look at it and go, too much work? right? Because it's
Yeah.
not like you're going to write down the license plate number. You got to write down the whole VIN and all of the other crap that's on that thing, right? That's a lot of work for guys that need to be out there looking for crystal methamphetamine junkies that already have their Guam license plates because they stole them from somebody else's abandoned car. Just saying. But if you're in the market for a Versa, Altima, Maxima, Kicks, Rogue, Rogue Sport, Pathfinder, the Titan, the Armada, the Frontier, the Z, no money down, first 3 payments on NissanGuam.com.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Put this back up on the screen here just for a second. Pica cucumber margaritas waiting for you tonight. Actually, today over at Chili's. They got the thing,
That
3 to
sounds
6
refreshing.
p.m. Margaritas are on special, and this is kind of practice. We had the boss in here talking about practicing up for Mother's Day graduation specials and things like that. So swing by for the Cinco de Mayo treatment over at Chili's today, starting at 3, and then make your plans for grad parties and Mother's Day celebrations all the way through the month at Chili's, second floor of the Tumont Sands Plaza. 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning as we make our way into this incredible Friday. And as I said earlier, absolutely delighted with one of the headlines that I saw at Candid today, because they talk about a hiring spree. It's a spree. It's like shopping with somebody else's money. It's like a trip to Holland to look at the tulips or something like that. We're on a spree, are we not, Cousin Troy?
Well, I mean, it was just someone else's money. It was the tax.
Yeah, well, taxpayer money. I guess yeah, you got kind of a point there. Hiring and pay raise spree over at Adelup. Just give me the tip here. What's the gist of this story here on Candid?
That out of 101 employees as of March 31, 43 of them received pay raises since right before the election, and these are like anywhere from 4 to 5-digit pay raises. I think the biggest one might have been John Jr. Cabo's at a $15,000 increase. And then they've hired 18 mostly very highly paid staffers since the election. So this is one of the victor go the spoils sort of thing. And I might have not had that much of an issue with it if they weren't so secretive about it, if they didn't pull the staffing patterns around the time that they had this happen, and if the raises weren't retroactive.
Well, they're not legally supposed to be retroactive.
And that's something that the Attorney General and the public auditor apparently are looking into, and that's a good thing.
Well, but there's code. I mean, I saw the letter that Frank Blas wrote to Adelup. He actually showed where in the Guam Code annotated it was illegal to give retroactive pay raises.
Well, I know this to be a fact because I've been on that side of that side of the criticism, and now I'm on the other side of it where I get to be like, I remember this. I remember what was said about us. We're going to say the same thing.
just find those old news stories and regurgitate them.
Yeah, I mean, why shouldn't this administration be criticized for the same thing
that they criticized the Calvo administration for, just eight short years ago?
Many of whom are the people who criticized the Calvo administration for this thing, including the governor herself.
Well, I'm wondering how many people on the list that you have published over at Candid are on that list. Likewise, were there when that happened, might also still be working in the governor's office for this round of these retro pay increases that we're talking about. 8:22 in the morning. Significant dollars chasing after folks, but we'll assume that the quality of their work has gotten better because of these 2, 3, and 4-digit increases in their salary.
I mean, not in terms of transparency, for crying out loud. It's probably the most opaque administration there's ever been.
Yeah. Well, which we've talked about quite a lot. So I think obviously it's an interesting story and a continuation of conversations that we have had. In the meantime, have the Department of Education general pay plan employees received their 22% raise?
Not that we're aware of, and not that's been told to us. And, the other thing that Adelup hasn't answered is whether the retroactive pay for the GPP line agencies was paid on April 28th. I know the increase went into effect on April 28th. There's a statement from Crystal Pacos and Augustine to us saying that the raise is effective April 1, but she never answered whether they actually paid it. And I kind of wonder whether I mean, I guess the law allows the new law allows it. I don't know. There's that retroactive term again.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. And it's sort of a catch-22 for Adam to be answering that question when you think about it.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, and it was it what it was. 8:23 in the morning. Cousin Troy from Candid News. Not a candid story, but a very interesting story that we've been talking about from the Pacific Daily News. The story of a bus driver that was apparently seen trying to get his bus out of gear and fidgeting in the seat. Told to extinguish the engine, and he did. And then they took the kids off the bus, and this guy later arrested with suspicions of had crystal methamphetamine on him. He admitted to that, as well as perhaps driving under the influence. It raises the question: are they doing drug testing at DPW among the bus drivers?
I don't know, but that is crazy that it's been.
Well, I mean, if you had a kid that was on that bus, yeah, of course that would be crazy. I mean, thank goodness somebody saw something and said something and recognized that there was something out of place with this driver. I mean, there could have been a spectacular tragedy.
Have you ever been in the car with someone who was high on ice, and not just high, but like tweaking? I'm talking about like 2 or 3 days into being high.
That is not yet on my list of experiences. No.
Well, you don't want it to be.
I didn't think so.
They're really dangerous reckless drivers, and a lot of it has to do with the inability to focus, and being tired, being exhausted, just your muscles being. So in that report, I heard you guys talking about it. The officer noted that the guy appeared to be chewing something.
Yeah, grinding his teeth.
That's the whole like trying to bite your ear thing. That's that whole tweak.
Wait. Hold on a second. You're hitting me with this is a deep underground conversation. I'm not familiar. What did you say? Chewing your ear?
When it looks like you're trying to bite your ear, when you have this tweak where your head twitches and your mouth goes with the twitch, and it looks like you're trying to bite your ear.
Wow.
Like you're chasing your ear.
So that one of the signs that police officers are going to look for as they're interrogating the suspect, huh?
Yeah. And but that's just such a sad thing. And when you think about it, that guy probably got a 22% raise. He's probably gonna get fired and not have that raise anymore. But he'll get the cash out his annual leave. Right.
Well, I don't. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. You get something like this, and just like that woman that dropped off those 2 girls in the back road to Anderson, that turned into one of those civil service stories.
Ooh, I don't remember that story.
You don't remember the bus driver that dropped off the girls? They got on the wrong bus and told the driver, this is not where we're supposed to be. And rather than take them back to school, she just kind of dropped them off in the back road to Anderson somewhere.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I know I have voice words for people like that, but they're not meant for the radio. This is why it's really important for management to follow the right steps. If you follow the steps, you're not going to get an overturn of the Civil Service Commission.
Yeah. Well, I reached out to Eric the Eagle and asked our bus drivers drug tested at DPW, and the response was, I'm not sure. I'm going to have my assigned AAG, Tom Keeler, confirm, and if not, be subject to random drug testing rules. My understanding as well is that there are certain what do we call them? Certain job categories in the government of Guam for which there is no safe haven. And I think that might be one of them.
Oh, that's right. If you go over and you tell your boss, I have a problem with drugs, then you sort of get a pass. But you have to do that before the drug test.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry, a little bit distracted here. I'm going to send this to you. I'll bounce the image to you, Cousin Troy, so it might be something else that you can look at. I just got from Mark Cruz a picture in Tumon of, hold on a second. Hold on, let me get it up on the screen. Everybody breathless with anticipation. The guitar in front of the Hard Rock Cafe coming down. Oh?
Maybe they're going to replace it with something else.
Fingers crossed. I hope that, does it mean that they're going away? Is the Hard Rock Cafe closed?
Well, it's been up there for almost 30 years. My niece works there. I'll ask her.
Yeah. Beep and see what we can find out. It has been obvious for me. It's been a long time. Hard Rock Cafe is one of the places that I generally will orbit around. It's been quite some time since the last time I was in there. But as a tourist, you always figured it would be something with the tourists, going in for souvenirs and just being able to say I ate at a Hard Rock Cafe.
I remember when that was the place to be to go clubbing, the Hard Rock, the Planet Hollywood. They had all that penny to UP stuff.
Yes. And if you're not familiar with the concept, all beers are a penny until somebody goes to the bathroom, and then they go back to being regular price. Crazy. Yeah, well, I'm wondering if they're going to come back. Just a note here. I have gotten word from Peter Santos. Tonight is supposed to be the soft opening for a place called Rockland Bar and Karaoke up in Datadoo near Satina Mall. Right next to Omaganda, which I know is one of your big go-to places, right?
Well, I don't think I've ever been inside Omaganda, but I love Josie's, the restaurant, and Perino's, where they have like the best by far leche flan. But even the ones I've eaten in the Philippines, like Perino's just has the best.
Wow. That's saying something. 8:29 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. If you could do me a favor, beep your niece and find out what's going on over at the Hard Rock Cafe. Are they taking out the old guitar to replace it with a new guitar, or is that it? Is it curtains? Lights out for Love All, Serve All, Hard Rock Cafe.
Okay, cool.
All right, buddy. Well, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great weekend. I'll beep you later.
You too, God bless.
Estamigo, 888-8255-888-TALK. Yeah, I remember being there for the grand opening of that. Remember being there for the grand opening of Planet Hollywood once upon a time. There might still be a picture of me in some pretty groovy-looking white slacks and brand new rubber shoes.
I remember.
Yeah. I remember being there for the grand opening of that. That was that part of the 90s, wasn't it? Yeah, the 90s, where all of a sudden everything down there, that whole area was all brand new. We got the outrigger over there, Sandcastle over here, Hyatt, was moving up, and we've got these franchise bars from the States, including Planet Hollywood. Planet Hollywood. I mean, a lot of people. I'm just thinking about it now that got their starts in the hospitality industry and the restaurant business that got their starts running things in places just like the Hard Rock Cafe and Planet Hollywood. Is that it, folks? Is it the end of an era? We'll see what we can find out and get back to you. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. Last look at big news and headlines with Donna D. coming up.
Your big business dreams mean you should be using the best tools. At Docomo Pacific, you get the best technology at the best value. Visit business.docomopacific.com to get an instant quote. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Express yourself into the groove. The Guam Chamber of Commerce celebrates its 99th anniversary at the Dusatani Resort on May 6th with the theme of Madonna's Vogue. The Chamber's membership includes many corporations, large and small, entrepreneurs, and nonprofit organizations. Members play a key part in making Guam a star-bright place to live, work, and play. Let's congratulate the Guam Chamber of Commerce and its members on celebrating its 99th anniversary.
8:32, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Folks from the Micronesia Mall coming in here and before too much longer. And there is a group of swimmers that have brought some honor, glory to Guam, young swimmers. And so we can spend a little bit of time in the next hour talking about that for a lot of different reasons. Number one, to applaud the work that they are being able to do when they go and travel and come back with trophies and acclaim. But the other part of it is a conversation about how they were able to do that with the really, really sorely missed lack of training facilities that we've got here on Guam for for a big chunk of the swimming community, and how they've ways that they've come to overcome the fact that there is no Aganya swimming pool and things like that. 8:33 now. Time for our last big look at news and headlines, though, with Donna D. Good morning, Donna. Tell me what happened.
65-year-old Melencio Santos has been indicted by a grand jury after being accused of trying to kidnap a 15-year-old girl after she got off a school bus. A school bus driver caught the interaction and stepped in to stop Santos from taking the teen. He has since been released on bond and faces up to 5 years in jail if convicted. Santos is set to answer to the charges on May 17. And Congressman Jim Moylan has announced that DOD will start reducing the OCOLA for service members on Guam in 2 increments on May 15 and November 15. The reduction was decided after 2 surveys were conducted on the price of non-housing goods and services. The OCOLA is not a base pay and is not a housing allowance. Guam, Hawaii, Japan, and several locations in the Indo-Pacific Command Theater are among the locations that will see the OCOLA cuts. And registration for summer school ends next Friday. Classes will be available online for all GDOE students who enroll. The program will run from June 5 to July 13. The online form is fillable, and applications are due to schools no later than Friday, May 12. Students who need a laptop or a mobile Wi-Fi device can apply for one. The device applications are attached to the registration package. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
I think so. 8:34 in the morning. Just got word from Crystal Paco, St. Augustine. There's they're in the midst of a proclamation signing at this time. Proclamation.
What? No invite?
I don't
Is that
remember.
for the Senior Citizens Month?
No, not for Senior Citizens Month.
What is it?
Although we do know that that's coming up, Senior Citizens Month. They're going to do a thing, and I am by Guam law a senior citizen, because I'm over 55 years of age. But I very rarely ever get an opportunity to take advantage of that. Unfortunately, the last time was I was watching my daughter play volleyball, and it was in, I don't know, a gym, public school gym, and I didn't have any money. And I didn't have
folding money.
No folding money. I didn't have any cash on me. I'm looking over into the hall to see if I can get the attention of the coffee wife. But she was looking at her phone, looking at the girl play volleyball, and so I wasn't able to do that. And I said, well, now how much is it to get in? Maybe I've got some quarters in the car, or something like that. And the girl says, like, it's $2, but if you're a senior citizen, no charge. I'm like, that's me. That's me. I'm 57 years old. That's me. Yeah. Here's my driver's license. Let me in.
And you just waddled your way through.
Yeah. Hey, can I get free water because I'm a senior citizen too? What else do I get?
Holding shoulders as you walk through.
Yeah. And then you'll experience this, True. This will be the thing that really changes your life is when you're like waiting for something in the government of Guam, like getting your driver's license renewed or something like that. They've got different lines that you can go in, whether you're registering for the car, or driver's license, and being able to just sit through the treasurer thing. There's a whole different line for that, and I'm always tempted to take advantage of it.
Too much pride, Ray?
Well, I feel bad. Well, because there's other people that are older than me that are already, and I'm like, no, you first. No, don't worry. Blah, blah, blah. So you got to go through all of that process. Anyway, 8:36 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. What was I supposed to do? Was I done?
No, I mean, did you do celebrity?
Oh, the celebrity thing. No, I did not do the celebrity thing.
Checking,
okay,
man.
well,
I got so used to it.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. There are actually a couple, and we move into the weekend here, so that means I've got 3 days worth of celebrity stuff to get over. Are you ready, Donna? Is it? Joe, go find Albert and see if there's a music bed that we can put at least to announce that we're rolling into this segment. What do you say? Not that one. That one's the 1970s.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Porno
about that,
thing.
man. I'll figure something out.
There's a thing I was looking at on Twitter, not porno, but they were saying normal brain. This is what it looks like, and then they show you this is what your brain would look like on heroin, and then there's another picture of what your brain looks like when it's on porn, and it's way worse than what it looks like if you're on heroin. This is it's really bad. So maybe that music could be like triggering people, getting those images in their head. So whatever. It's 8:37 in the morning today. Michael Palin is 80 years old.
Is that the wife of the...
Is he the wife?
Michael Palin was in Monty Python.
Okay.
All right.
Senator Palin's
He's
wife.
the guy from Monty Python. John Rhys Davies. Remember him from Raiders on the Lost Ark?
Oh, he was in that? I remember him
Oh,
as,
okay. Yeah, he had an accent, right?
Gimli.
Was that the guy?
Yeah, Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's 79 years old. Former MTV News correspondent. I thought this guy was dead.
Kurt Loder?
Kurt Loder.
I love him.
He's
92.
78.
Oh, okay.
78. I didn't like.
He was so young.
I thought he was in his 60s.
It was my least favorite thing about MTV.
Why, because it was boring?
No, he always talked like he had a chip on his shoulder, like he was way better than you.
Yeah.
Oh, Kurt Loder.
Arrogant. A little arrogant. Yeah.
Kurt Loder, he just has RBF.
All the time.
So you like Chris Connolly better, huh?
I don't know about that one either. Newsman Brian Williams is 64 years old. If you're looking for something to celebrate for today, it is Revenge of the 5th, because yesterday was May the 4th. Be with you with...
So that's what they put?
Oh, so it's now an actual thing. It's the Revenge of the 5th.
So it's not even about Cinco de Mayo anymore. It's about revenge.
Well, it's Cinco de Mayo as well. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Oh,
so
okay.
Cinco de Mayo and Revenge of the 5th. And awkwardly, No Pants Day. Donna's already ready for that. She's not wearing pants at all. So over the weekend, Willie Mays is 92 years old. Raise your hands if you thought he was dead too.
I did.
92
Was he
years
a baseball
old.
Player?
Yes, a famous baseball player.
Okay.
Yeah, the
like
big
the
one.
most famous.
He's a top 5. Bob Seger turned 78 years old. That's amazing. I mean, Bob Seger was one of my favorite singer-songwriters. And then I detected kind of a common thread in many of his songs. And they were all basically about getting nookie in the backseat of a car in the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that and just review that in your head. George Clooney, the actor, is 62 years old.
Oh. He looks older.
Broken Arrow, I think, is my favorite movie that he did. Because then there's, the stuff he's done in the last couple of years all seems so campy.
Yeah.
And that one, when he was in the movie with the what's her name chick, the really good looking one from Australia.
God, that could be
the hot Australian girl?
Yeah, the hot Australian one. Used to be
Nicole
married to Tom.
Kidman?
Yeah, used to be married to Tom Cruise.
The
So
only hot Australian
him and Nicole Kidman were in that movie together, and I thought that was a very, very good movie. I love the way that he played the role that he was given in that. Very straightforward.
And his worst movie was Batman.
Right? I
Yeah, he wasn't
stopped
a great
watching Batman
Batman.
after Michael Keaton. Beer Pong Day. International No Diet Day tomorrow. Home Brew Day. Now, that might be referring to home brew as in making your own beer at the house. Why would you do that? That's why they opened Carabao and Guam Brewery. But it's also home brew is something amateur radio guys do when we build our own equipment. We home brew that. National Nurses Day. Andrew, happy Nurse Practitioner Day, maybe. I always get his title wrong, and he always gets mad at me, but we're still friends. But anyway, happy National Nurses Day if that's what you're into. And over the weekend, doesn't look like there's anybody super noticeable here. Mr. Beast. It says YouTube star.
Sensation, Ray. Sensation.
Mr. Beast is 25 years old.
Wow, dude.
Oh, you mean the guy who plays games?
Yeah, and he gives away free stuff all the time to people,
the really
man.
deep
It's just
voice?
weird.
You know what? I try to stay. Despite the fact that we're on YouTube every morning, I don't generally go to that website unless Chris Barnett's doing some kind of a public hearing that I think is going to be fun to watch over at the legislature. As it turns out, and they did one yesterday, but it wasn't as fun as it looked. There was a bunch of people. They're trying to get nominations and testimony for people that are going into these various boards and commissions. So it's kind of boring. I don't spend a lot of time on YouTube because it is annoying when we're in the middle of something that's super entertaining and they break.
With a commercial?
For Grammarly or something like that. And you got to wait out the 10 seconds and then skip the ads. So I don't know about that. So there's a bunch of things that are happening over the weekend, celebrity birthdays. If you've got something worth celebrating, by all means, let me know about it. I'll be happy to put those kind of things on the air. In fact, my buddy, I gotta get this picture on the screen. My buddy Dave just had a godchild. His daughter and the husband have a baby. I'll see if I can put that on the screen before too much longer. 8:42. You're all done for the day, Donna. Thanks so much for hanging out with us all week long. And I'll sign off on the paperwork and catch you on Monday. And after that, it's just going to be me and Real Joe Cruz and people from the Micronesia Mall going to be talking about a spectacular giveaway that they're doing over the weekend. Plus, something super spectacular if you're into ball sports, indoor 3-on-3 basketball at the center court of the Micronesia Mall. I'll see if I can get you as many details as they can give me as the program continues.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained. Viva!
Okay, I'm sending a message to the person I think is the owner of the Rockland Bar and Karaoke thing.
Yeah,
up in Dededo. Yeah, I get the. I think of them. I don't have the image in front of me right now. But I'm sending her a message saying congratulations. I wish I had time. I wish we had another spot because I wanted to say, are you actually going to be playing rock music in the Rockland Bar? It just seems like it would, right? That would be kind of navigating the programming in that direction. But I'll see what I can find out. 8:44 in the morning, and my very close, very dear personal friend. I don't see her as often as I'd love to, but Lisa Berdalia in the studio often. Lisa, how you doing?
Pretty good. Half a day and buenos everybody.
So I didn't know you got that big job over at Micronesia Mall.
Yes, I did. It hasn't been very long, maybe a few months now.
Mm-hmm.
I started in November.
Is that marketing manager? Is that the title? Congratulations to you. One of a small handful of people that have ever had that job at the Micronesia Mall while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, so I've never, and we're in the market, when you're doing marketing, kind of everybody and runs in the same circles. And I never actually met a marketing manager from Micronesia Mall. So, surprised when it, when the actually the announcement
And that Phil
came,
did everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Phil Schrage did everything, I think. I think he had a team, but they were just busy. And I understand now it's so busy there that I'm surprised nobody, ever sees me.
I thought I did, but you were moving fairly fast, and I was moving fairly quick as well. So we didn't have a chance to exchange any of the pleasantries. So let me first of all congratulate you on the new gig. This is not me kissing butt because I want to get contracts and a big boatload of advertising with the Micronesia Mall. We'll work on that later. But I don't know. Do I want to say a far cry from some of the other things that you are known for? Blame Adam.
Yeah, I think far cry from other things that I wear a few hats.
Yeah.
Blame Adam is my musician hat, and I don't blame Adam anymore, but I do, have gigs here and there with, random. We did Little Shop of Horrors. I do Cecilio from C&K.
Yeah.
I gig with him now and then. And so I still keep my music alive. And
what about Hartendorp? You ever gig with Mike Hartendorp
Yes.
and the 20 different side hustles he's got?
Yes, and I did have a band with Mike and Eric Tydinko and Rob. Sarah Jack LeVay at one time, but we were called Short Stories, and we were at the Hilton.
Ah, okay,
Yes,
okay.
That was very fun.
Well, it's with the level. It's funny. You think about the level of talent that we have here on Guam, and there's people like you, Mike, et cetera, Patrick Palomo, any of the other 20 names that are in your head, in my head right now, that really could be performing anywhere on the planet if they wanted to. Any gig, Las Vegas, New York, anytime they wanted to, but they want to stay here, live on Guam, and do our singing and guitar playing here.
Yes. The music scene's very different. These guys are talented enough to make it, big anywhere. If they went somewhere, was discovered, I don't know, had the right connections.
Yeah.
But, if it was just to go somewhere and play, the money's different. You can make a little bit more money. At least, I just think it's because in the mainland, I've tried to gig, and it's a dime a dozen. You go and say, hey, I'm a musician. I'd like to join your band. They're like, yeah, right.
Yeah, we had 20 other musicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, with 50 other guys, and they all went to Juilliard, et cetera, et cetera. But I kind of like the crew that we have here. Every once in a while, it'll be a random night at Tower of London.
Right.
And here comes the band, and there's Hardendorp and, Mike Diamore, et cetera, and a bunch of other guys. And they get in there, and all of a sudden, they're doing Steely Dan, and it sounds like the record.
Yes.
Yeah, and it goes,
Yes.
wow.
It's a talent. I always feel so honored and blessed that that I played with them in a band, and they wanted to play with me. But I think it's just because I have a really strange, not strange. I'm sure you would understand my taste
Jen
in music.
is strange.
The song, no, not Jan.
Not
is strange.
Jen is strange.
No, but I like old school. I was born in the. I don't know if I should say it on
It's all
there,
right.
but I was born in the '70s. Grew up with all my brothers and sisters' music. Lived through the '80s, '90s, 2000s, and the music was
Awesome
great.
time.
So. What I love about, Mike and all those guys is that you could just pick these random, I want to sing Tool Tuesday. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the answer.
Totally understand. Totally get it. As a member of the audience and a guy that will occasionally hold a microphone and announce the band before they start playing their songs, it's one of those things. Once you start playing, I don't consider that my break time as much as I'm going, okay, now it's about to get good. So I'm glad for all of that. Anyway, so marketing manager over at the Micronesia Mall, waiting on Sally to come by and say hello and get introduced to the audience.
Yes.
But some of the things that they have been doing over at the Micronesia Mall all of these years, things that your customers have come to expect, are still actually on tap and working right now. This weekend, tomorrow, I will be on the stage at the Micronesia Mall helping give away brand new truck.
Yes.
Tell me about the drive and fly and win.
Shop and win.
Shop and win.
Shop and win. Well, by the way, I did want to welcome you.
I thought it
and
had a
thank you
longer name than it did, but yeah.
No, just the shop and win. And that has been running for a little while. And, welcome to Micronesia Mall would be I don't know if this is your first time hosting, but we're glad to welcome you tomorrow.
I think I did the first about 30 of them, actually.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
That's how long it's been running?
Well, yeah. We've been, it was a thing about 3 or 4 times a year. They'd give me a thing and say, okay, this is coming up. We're going to do it. It's near Mother's Day. This one is near Mother's Day. There's a couple other opportunities over the course of the year to do this, and it's among my favorites. And I COVID's kind of messed everything up over the last couple of years, which is among the reasons why I haven't been able to do this. But it is among my favorite things as an MC or host or whatever you want to call it, when I can get in front of literally an ocean of people. If you've never been to one of these, it is a spectacle. There are people from the stage, the foot of the stage, all the way to the back over where the Foot Locker is,
and up the
stairs and around, ringing around the upstairs railing at the Micronesia Mall. It's just absolutely bonkers, the number of people that are coming out there. And I get to pick, 11 names?
11 names.
Call out. Sometimes I call more, but the object is to find at least 11 people, one of them who is going to be given the opportunity to turn the key on the door of this truck and maybe win it. Once you open the car, that's a foregone conclusion that it will probably start the ignition, and then you get to drive the thing away.
Well, a little bit more, paperwork than that. But yes, you do. If your key turns it turns and you win the vehicle, you win the vehicle.
We just, the paperwork she's talking about is one of the things that we want to make sure that we're not giving the vehicle to a mall employee.
Right. We vet everybody and make sure that nobody's an employee of any of the shops in the mall or the mall. And so we go through that process, and it takes just maybe a week or so, and then when everything's clear, they get to go down to AK and get the real keys.
Get the paperwork.
Yes.
It really is a fantastic deal, and we used to every once in a while we'd call the name of a tourist, and then it was like, okay, they can't win the car. The tourist's not going to be able to win the car. We have other special prizes that we'll give away to our tourist guests. Sally, come on, get closer. Are you just here to observe?
She's actually off today, but we dragged her out this morning so that she can join us on the show.
Looked like you went to the gym. Did your workout?
Sorry?
You look like you just come from the gym with your workout.
No.
All right, so
just did my chores.
I appreciate that. So Renee is typing in right now. Can you send a greeting for me to another director at Goodwin aside from Gigi and me? Richard is celebrating. Oh, is today Richard's birthday? Richard Chan?
I don't know.
No, different Richard. Okay, I'm thinking Richard Hughes got a birthday, I think, next month. Richard Chan, because it comes after mine. Richard Chan from over at Goodwind is, I think he's also going to be hanging out with us when we do the giveaway. Absolutely appreciate it. I don't want to mess up the name. Sally Chandumal.
Yes,
I got it
that's
right.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. We'd only met the one time before, and let me see if I can get all three of us on the screen so everybody can see the lovelies that are in the room. I got Lisa's over there, Sally's over there, and Sally, interesting background in the mall business, not necessarily on the marketing side as much as it is on the engineering side.
Yes, that's right.
How
I've been
did you do
handling
that?
malls for years already.
Mm-hmm. And
So
the air conditioning
fun,
and
it's
lighting
fun.
and sound and plumbing and all of that?
Yes, all of it. From construction to operations, to engineering, marketing,
Mhm.
to leasing, so everything.
And you've been
So-
doing it for a while. Originally from the Philippines, working at some of the what malls did you work at there that our listeners will
I've
remember?
worked with SM Supermalls for
Uh-huh.
6 years
Nice.
as mall manager.
Mhm. And so what have you learned from there? If all of a sudden somebody were to come to you and say, Sally, I'd like to be in mall management, what's the secret?
Well, there's a lot. So you have to be systematic, you have to be organized, and of course, you have to be open,
Mhm.
and you also sometimes have to think out of the box.
Yes.
Creativity.
Yeah.
Creativity is
You
a
have to
big
also
deal.
be creative. So not all engineers are like that, but apparently,
What
I
is
hope I am.
What, Sally, are some of the kind of pressures that the mall business or retail in general? What kind of pressures are they under in 2023? I mean, it was because I knew that there were pressures moving into it even before COVID, but now COVID has hit, and there were all these changes in parameters of operations of the facilities, how you move customers through, et cetera, et cetera. But now that we're out of that pandemic time, and things have changed so much, psychological, economical. What are some of the kind of pressures that you're under? How do you suppose you might be able to alleviate them, neutralize them?
Actually, it's good. It's a good thing that we're already out of the pandemic. I think the biggest challenge is the recovery.
Yes.
So everybody is recovering right now. And the good thing about it is we support each other. So especially here in Guam, Micronesia Mall supports the community. So we are very welcome to open our mall to the community and to everybody else.
I'll give you a couple of examples of that. During the COVID times, people could go there and get vaccinated. You could go there and get tested. And Lisa mentioned Little Shop of Horrors, and the what is it called? The rehearsals were done at the Micronesia Mall. Were they not? Did you not have?
Not for Gate VPA Theater.
Mm.
The Little Shop of Horrors was Gate VPA Theater.
Which one am I thinking of then?
You're thinking of World Theater Productions, maybe, and Guam
Okay.
Philharmonic.
Okay.
So the two of them, they actually use a small space for their rehearsals.
Absolutely, an opportunity to give things back. How do we neutralize the impact of the internet and online buying as malls and retail operators? What do you think?
Well, Micronesia Mall, and especially the traditional malls, what we offer is the experience. So you do not get that in the internet. You can just click and shop in internet or buying in the internet. But what you get in the mall, you get to have the family together, and you have that fun all together, and you create that special moments and the special experience that you have, that you share every day with your family.
I think the other cool part is, when you're shopping online, you look at that and you read some of the reviews or whatever, and you decide, okay, I'm going to buy, I'm not going to buy. When you go to the mall, you can actually look at the merchandise. You can hold it in your hand for the most part, see if this is something that's going to fit. Oh, it looks different than it does in the picture on Amazon or whatever, and then make the decision.
That's
and,
right.
and in some cases, even negotiate with the guy. Look, senior citizen, you want to get a discount. And you don't have to pay for shipping or any of that kind of stuff. Well, I didn't come in here to bug you and quiz you on mall operations and things like that, as much as I'm just happy that you guys are here. As I said, some of the interesting and traditional marketing and experience moves that have worked in the past, you're working on now with the giveaway tomorrow. What time do I need to be there?
Well, the giveaway, we start the things at 2 o'clock. So we start the event. So you should be there a little bit earlier, just to, get your bearings before the sea.
Okay, just FYI, the manager of security at the mall knows what kind of car I drive, and he knows where I get to park. There's special Ray Gibson parking on giveaway days, so I don't have to fight some of the other crowds that are going to be there. I was going to ask you, and to the degree that you can tell me, understanding that I have a couple of inside connections, there are going to be some modifications coming up, some new things that are happening on the second floor around the food court. Can we talk about that?
Well, there are plans. There are a lot of plans. Management have a lot of plans for the mall. And we have a lot of things, especially this year, especially in terms of events.
Because you were talking about construction, and I'm told
Yeah.
that there might be a little bit of new and interesting constructions.
But for new things coming up, we just have to wait for management direction on that.
Mhm.
But we are very open, and management is very supportive. So
Well, as evidenced by the fact that there are many places that are losing tenants in their malls and shopping areas, you guys have actually improved and are bringing in more tenants and places where I might be able to shop, eat, goof off at the mall. So I'm looking forward to what the future has. My future again is tomorrow, 2:00 or so. We'll give away a truck, and then something else that I'm like super excited about. I also got this kind of leaked to me not that long ago, and I'm going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see exactly what it is I'm talking about. Just as soon as I can find it, is everybody on Guam knows somebody that is huge when it comes to basketball, and so there is going to be at the mall very soon 3-on-3 basketball, correct?
Yes,
that's right.
All right. So tell me a little bit about this. I'm a little bit fuzzy kind of on the concepts, and I'm looking for the pictures on the screen. But whoever's got the flyer can start talking about it now. How it's going to happen and where teams might be able to sign up.
So Micronesian, there it is.
I got it.
Mall Ball 23. So this is the first year that we are going to do this. Micronesian Mall has secured the first ever 3-on-3 FIBA certified basketball court that is customized for our center court. So
now, I've actually seen pictures. You guys actually did test assembly of it.
Yes,
so you could see
we
that,
put it together to make sure that everything was nice and work and fit perfectly right in our center court. We've got to move things out of the way, but we were very excited. We wanted to have a tournament, and we wanted to have everybody be able to, of all ages. So we have several divisions. So it is called our Mall Ball Summer Circuit. So the first one is going to be on June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That weekend. It's going to be one weekend for men's, women's, and masters divisions. Then in July, we will have middle school divisions, girls and boys.
Oh, sweet.
And then in August, we'll have high school girls and boys divisions.
Got bleachers? How are you?
Yep, we got bleachers.
Wow. So, I mean, it's a real, court experience.
It's a real court experience. It's a legit court. We invited some players to test it out, shoot commercial.
Yeah. Well, you got some basketballs in that little animatronic thing.
That one. Now he's not so lonely, right? I was just thinking about that. It's like, this is the only basketball we've ever seen in center court. Is the one in the middle.
Yeah, it's a Harlem Globetrotter signed that one. Once upon a time, if
he's
my memory
still there,
serves.
but now he's got some friends, and we've got some. We've got the balls, we've got the court, we've got the bleachers. And we're there. We've got sponsors. We're rolling.
Oh my God, look at that. They got Clutch, GTA's in there, Burger King, Pacific Islands Club, etc.
Yeah, Infusion Coffee and Tea, Pacific Islands Club, Coast 360 joined us recently, and Taco Bell. So we're still getting sponsors because this is going to be a very unique event. And
it's basketball inside the center court at the mall. I think that is very, very interesting.
And we've opened registrations already for the June tournament. Now, even though it's in June, we provide you with an admission fee. You get a jersey, a customized jersey. So we want to order those. So we want everybody to register by May 12th. So that's the deadline to register. Men's, no problem. I think the Masters are a little shy. I want to call out to all my over 40 buddies.
Right.
And how about you, Ray? You got a team?
I was never good at basketball. Even when I was young enough to be good at basketball, and the only thing I got going for me now anymore is my knees, and I want to protect that for running. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have refs? Do we need refs for this?
No, this is sanctioned by the Guam Basketball Confederation.
Okay.
And FIBA. So the GBC is going to provide some referees.
All right, so there will be adult supervision on all of the teams.
Absolutely.
Does it cost anything to sign up?
Yes, so it is a $200 fee per team, and you can have 4 people on your team, and you sign up at guamtime.net. So you go online. There is a small fee for registering online, but it's $200 fee for the adults.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so and that gets you everything. That gets you and your team into the deal. Jerseys for people, obviously to wear. And now, what did you said? $1,000 prize.
It's $1,000
for
prize.
first place. Does it tier down for everybody else?
It tiers down. I think I'm working on that with management. I just wanted to put out there the $1,000 first place prize for each division. So men's, women, and masters, each of them is $1,000.
Then you got crazy bragging rights. being the first one to win in your category and all of that. So as you said, now this is going to be moving into the schools down the road as well?
Yes. So we're going to do middle schools in July, and then we're going to do high school in August.
Oh, my. Now, with that, are you working, say, with the Department of Education and who's the IIAG?
Not yet. We've got to get through this first tournament, and then when it comes to the school kids, we will work with whoever we have to. Clutch has been our partner. They're just helping us to launch this first series, and of course they have the basketball following. So, when they put it out there, all the kids,
then everybody will know what's going on.
They know what's going on.
One of these days it would be great if this was some kind of an interscholastic activity, an actual, one school versus another school. Guam High versus Father Duenas, St. John's,
so many things we want to do. But, we even have two teams from Saipan coming in for this adult one. So I can imagine having a little regional too, I mean, sky's the limit with this thing.
Well, I'm absolutely excited about this. It will be a spectacle once it happens. Like I said, I've seen some pictures of them doing the test fit of the court on the ground at the Micronesia Mall, and it really is going to be something interesting to look at, something interesting to watch. As I said, there's not one of us that doesn't have somebody that's got that understands the concept of basketball, and especially 3-on-3 basketball. Just one idea of what you guys have got lined up with the new and improved Micronesia Mall.
Yes.
All right.
We got new things coming up, and just to mention about Shop and Win tomorrow.
Yes.
Today is the last day to.
Oh God! I'm so glad that you mentioned that. Yeah, we don't accept any entries on the day of the drawing.
No,
because we don't want your ticket floating around the top of the deal. We've actually got this massive cage that we've taken that all of the entry forms are in right now. But if you are headed to the mall to drop off your entry form, may I give you just a suggestion here? Is they all look and feel the same. So my suggestion, I've never actually tested this theory out, but I'm told that it could work for you, is give it a unique kind of fold. Fold it in quarters. Don't put it in flat. Fold it in half. Fold it in quarters a couple of times, and that way it will be unique. And maybe the little kids that we occupy to pick them out might pick that one out just because it looks different. It feels different in his hand, his or her hand. I've seen this done a gazillion times, ladies and gentlemen. Now is the time to try it. Ladies, thanks very much for coming into the studio. Absolutely delighted to have you both in here, and glad to show off my space here.
Yes,
this my studio.
It has grown since the last time I was here.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I tell you what, we're already late for Fox News. We'll catch the last 30 seconds of it and then get into a couple of breaks. She'll take care of that.
Brands following over 24 deaths and hundreds of injuries worldwide. BMW even offering to pick up affected vehicles for a fix for free.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
This spring, shop on over to the Micronesia Mall and enter to win. Redeem receipts totaling $10 or more. Scratch for a chance at instant prizes from Burger King or Foot Locker. Or receive a grand prize entry form for a drawing on May 6th for a chance to win a new Toyota Tacoma 4x4 SR5 off-road package with lift kit from Atkins Kroll Toyota. 10 lucky runners-up will get $250 gift certificates from Goodwin Travel and Tour for tickets to Philippine Airlines. Shop more, win more at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Struggling to find the perfect Mother's Day gift? Look no further. For a limited time, get a new iPhone 14 on GTA's Live Unlimited plan. And you'll not only make Mom's day, but also get her a free Apple Watch. Help Mom stay connected, monitor her health, and keep track of her fitness goals with just a tap. It's a gift that will make her life easier and more stylish. Don't wait. Head to your nearest GTA retail location and get your iPhone 14 and free Apple Watch today. Happy Mother's Day. GTA. We start with you.
Join us on May 12th as we host our annual PBS Guam Pledge Drive. Tune in and show your support for quality, educational, and entertaining programming. Your contributions help us continue to bring you thought-provoking documentaries, captivating cultural programs, and engaging children's shows. So tune in to PBS Guam Friday, May 12th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. and pledge your support to help us keep Guam enriched, inspired, and entertained.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines. A global presence with a local home. Absolutely. You want to get a new car? NissanGuam.com. That's all you got to do. Go there first because gasoline's still, $4.95 a gallon, and save yourself some time. And then afterwards, decide which of the rides you want to test drive. Do you want to be a Z car driver this year? How about a Versa, Altima, Maxima, Kicks, Rogue Sport, the Titan, the Armada, Murano, the Frontier, like mine? You can, if you like. Sign and drive away. Here's the deal. 0 down payment, and they cover the first 3 payments. It will be back to school before you got to write a check to the bank that you got the car from at NissanGuam.com.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Ray Gibson Show. It's a Friday. Can you tell? He had ladies in the studio. Normally would do that in this hour. I'd normally have, the hot foxy chicks in the 9 o'clock hour, but it's rather a busy morning. Come to think of it, I was approached earlier in the week to talk about swimming and the swimming programs that we've got here on Guam, and I thought, it's been a while since we've had that conversation. And when we do talk about swimming, it's just a nod to the fact that there is no Agana swimming pool for which people can train on. But maybe, and in fact, we know for sure, that has not necessarily held our swimmers back. Ken Barcinas is in the studio. Good morning, Ken. Good to have
morning.
you.
How are you?
Good. Move a little bit closer to the microphone. The screen says Donna de Jesus, but that's not right. Let me take that off on the screen. Now, I know a bunch of Barcinases from the south end of Guam. Yes. Are you relation to the Funtu Gabby?
I am. I'm related to all of them.
Okay.
I am related to all of them.
All right. Gotcha. Well, God's country for sure, my God, and a great place for young men and women to learn how to swim out in the boondocks and in the bay and in the rivers and all of that out there. How'd you get started in swimming before we start talking about the trip?
Man, I'm pretty sure my mom and my grandparents threw me in the pier and said, swim back.
As simple as that.
Yes.
Now, for me, everybody, approaches their favorite sports or their remembrance and recollection of these things. For you, it might have been something, swimming off of the pier or all the way out to the island and back.
Yes.
In my case, I was a USO brat back in the 1960s. They used to do what we called then day camp, and you'd go in there and they'd fix you a breakfast, and we'd do arts and craft, and then lunchtime and a nap, and in between all of those different things, there would be some course on swimming. That was the idea. The USO working with the Red Cross when I was a kid to make sure that everybody knew how to swim. Number one, you live on an island. You should know how to swim. You're surrounded by water. And number two, you should learn to be a confident swimmer. And so to that degree, I'm a confident swimmer. But the other thing that we used to do was we used to have races. At the USO. In fact, that's one of the places where many swimmers, if you're practicing for triathlons or whatever, that's among the places on Guam where many men and women are going to get their training in the little channel out there. Well, they'd put us out there, not necessarily in the channel, but okay, we're in one section of USO, and you have to swim against the other guys to get there first. And while I thought I was a good swimmer and I was very confident in the water, not scared of it or anything like that, I just never got around to being fast in the water. And it was, for me, kind of a disappointment. It's got a little bit of a competitor spirit in me, but it was just, what was I missing? How was it that I could not get fast in the water? You're a swim coach.
Did you have fun
Oh, I
training.
absolutely did.
Okay, that's
but I was
good.
always disappointed when I didn't win, or if I didn't place or something like that. I was always disappointed and wondering what it was. I mean, and maybe a couple of opportunities here, not necessarily to help console that young Ray Gibson at the USO, who is only 7 or 8 years old but couldn't swim effectively against the other 7 or 8 year olds. But how do you teach kids to get fast?
Just tell them to push through, believe in the program, believe in themselves. And
move closer to the mic or speak directly. You got a great voice. I want people to hear it.
Yes,
so,
thank you. Just push through, believe in the program, believe in themselves. And reality is sometimes swimming is not for everyone either. Like you could see, I don't think Kobe Bryant could swim like as fast as Michael Phelps. Like everyone has their own special gift.
Yeah.
And even if it wasn't, just believe in the program, just do their best. And then I think it's within themselves to find that self-accomplishment.
Right.
And my goal is to teach these kids to learn how to make training, wanting to train. That way, turn the work into play. That way, working hard is just easier afterwards.
I've noticed that that seems to be a sentiment that begins even when we're teaching children how to swim. I've got a niece that's in a course now. My daughter was one of those little kids over at the little pool over at the Hyatt where they used to, and I think still do, have swimming lessons out there targeted specifically to little kids, basically just over toddler, so that they can understand and learn confidence in the water. They've got fun names for all the different drills that we used to do when I was a kid, and I think little boys and little girls absolutely gravitate towards that, and it makes the training fun.
Yes.
Which is key to the process, as you say.
Yes, it
because
is.
if you want to get any good at anything, you gotta practice a lot. Okay, so let's talk about the first of all, you just came back from a major off-island meet, first one in a couple of years, right?
Yes, first one. I've been off island too for like 8 years. So when I came back and found out, Guam's pool situation and swimming situation, I was kind of devastated. So I just wanted to do the best I can to help share some opportunities for these little ones.
So where'd you train?
I was in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, you were. Well, but I mean, here on Guam, where did you take the kids so that they could train? Given our pool situation,
we went to Shizuoka, Japan.
What? Wait. So for the competition or for training and competition?
Yes, just for 2 days. We kind of got there a little bit early. Kind of wanted to experience the next level of swimming.
Yeah.
But they are, they're on the island. This is all they see. They think this is the only training that's around
Could
the world.
possibly exist.
Yes.
So, but there are facilities around here that you might be able to use. To what degree were you able to get into the Israel pool over at St. John's?
We are able to use Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturdays for 2 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're sharing that now with the surfers because they've got a big competition.
Yes.
They got. If I've seen the video out there, these guys are they're jumping in the water and they're practicing their paddling technique and they're doing races. And I'm sure that there's there are companion disciplines between surfing and swimming, competitively that training methods that you might be able to use for both of them, right?
Yes. They swim after retrain, and we just help them out sometime too. Some of our senior swimmers, friends with the surfers, is headed out there.
Yeah. Well, they got a big fundraiser tomorrow night over at Venue. I and some friends intend to be there just because it's always fun to party with surfers. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept. So now, where did you say you trained? In the States?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona. All right. Well, the swimming pool capital of the world.
It is now becoming the hotbed of swimming. If you're familiar, Michael Phelps moved to Arizona leading up to Rio. His coach, Bob Bowman, is the ASU, Arizona State University coach too. And it's Michael Phelps' coach. You got to train with him.
It's like training with Tiger Woods' coach, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So all the pros are now coming over to Arizona. So yes, Arizona is going to slowly become the next swimming state again.
Amazing. And there's so many opportunities for what we've got for here. And again, I don't want to get into too much of a bash of the government of Guam and the Department of Parks and Recreations, but it has been an awful long time since there has not been an Agana swimming pool. And I want to say even the training situation up north, is that wide or deep enough for real swimming training?
The Lido pool, it's good enough for training.
Good
sure.
enough for
Yes,
training.
I've checked
Okay.
it out. Yes.
All right, because there were a lot of people initially when they first heard of the plans saying, "Well, I'm glad that they're putting a swimming pool up there, but it's not going to be good enough for our kids to train in." And so I've got an actual coach that's saying, "Yeah, it's good enough, but can you train there now?"
No, I don't think so.
They still haven't opened it up for training.
They still haven't opened it up for the public.
shock.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Leo Palace has got some very, very interesting facilities that I've seen kind of looking over the fence, and they had a little, I want to say it's like a little just practice alley, if you will, just a couple of pools for practicing and a little bit of instruction, and so that was where I again take the kids and goof off in one side while they were training on the other side, which was kind of an interesting thing to do. But it was nice to know that there was at least that option. And then I want to say a few years ago they said that's it. We're not letting people like private coaches teach people at the pool anymore.
I believe that's because of the COVID restrictions and the pandemic.
Yeah, might have been something like that. But here's the point. We're on Guam. We've got a lot of kids that would normally be gravitating towards this, and we just don't have enough adequate training facilities for them. And everybody says, "Well, go swim in the ocean." Okay, why is that not a good answer?
Safety first. It's hard to maintain safety when it's in an open environment like that. You just can't rely on the lifeguards because anything could happen. Swell could just take them away. You could step on something. You know, anything could happen.
Is there a significant difference between training in saltwater versus training in freshwater?
Yes, there's a big difference. Actually, competition-wise too, if you can float, that's an advantage.
Right?
It's such an advantage.
So I don't know why, but I've never been able to float because it's the Ray Gibson show. So this is going to be about me for a little bit, guys. So I'm a runner. That's my poison. I'm a runner. I might not look like a runner right now because of COVID and about the COVID-19. The 19 is actually the number of pounds that I put on since the beginning of COVID. But everybody would say, well, Ray, you ought to be a triathlete. I mean, you can run. Most of the triathletes, that's their favorite. Their least favorite part is the run, and you can ride a bike, and go out and spend as much money on the bike and the goofy shorts and all of that stuff, like my buddy Joe over here. Or all you need to do now is learn to be the swimmer. So every once in a while, I try to go out there, and I get into, I don't want to say it's a panic mode, but I've got anxiety. When you run, if you get tired, you just stop running. If you're on a bike, you just coast for a little bit. And in swimming, it's like swim or tread water or drown. I think those are the three options that you've got in front of you. And I could never keep myself going without gassing out too fast. And I'm jealous of watching people like you just do laps in a swimming pool like it's the easiest, most comfortable thing in the world. But you're not flailing around like I do. How do you do that? How did you teach yourself and the kids that?
We again practice repetition. They figure out what their speed that they could maintain without getting over that pressure of where they can't maintain. They're able to find their maintain speed, and then there's that race speed. So they're able to find that cruise speed, like you said, when you're on the bike.
Yeah, but like I said, I see people, they get out there, and people, you'll see it. Did we already do the Cocos Crossing, Joe? Do you know?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I don't know either. But you watch people as they're doing the Cocos Crossing, which is, in my mind, the endurance event of the year. And you get in the water on this side, and then you swim to Cocos, and then you come back. And even the people that start at Cocos and make their way back to the pier, to watch them do that in kind of real time, with very slow, judicious strokes, a little kicking and over the arm strokes. And you just go, how do they do that? Because if it was me, I'd take off like a shot and then gas out and then call the guy in the jet ski to bring me back.
It's a lot of confidence. We pound the kids a lot more yardage than they are supposed to compete in. So if it's the Cocos Crossing, it's 2.5 miles. I'll pound the kids 5 miles every day. So they mentally, they already know.
I can do this.
Yeah,
what's
I can
the
do this.
problem?
There's nothing. That's the same mindset when I swam and broke the Cocos Crossing record too. Same mindset.
So
there's nothing.
What an accomplishment, though, because you're number one. You're against other swimmers and guys that are competitive with you. Kick your glasses off, and that's why you go fast in these things, so that you don't have fins in your face and people's feet kicking you in the face. That's why you want to be in the front of this. But they also got stingers out there, jellyfish every once in a while.
Yeah, exactly.
How'd you get over that?
Sometimes I was lucky, something was on my cap. Literally on my cap, like, man, something feels itchy, and then I'll pull it off if I'm taking like a cruise. I'm like, oh.
Wow. Now, do you coach yourself in Vaseline when you do that? Those kinds of endurance runs?
Just do any precautionary things that you could do. The best you can do, put some Vaseline. Hopefully, it just slips off.
Yeah,
the jellyfish just slips off and
isn't able to sting you. Well, but there's also a speed element to oiling your body down, isn't there?
Yes, but it's open water swimming. They don't really have a specific rule for that. Of course, in a pool, you're not allowed to put Vaseline on you or put any ointment on you. That's totally illegal. So, open water. If it's like those open water events, Cocos Crossing, that's fine. That's for safety precautionary. Anyways.
So, tell me about the off-island trip.
Man, Shizuoka was awesome.
Yeah.
It was a good trip. I used to be there when I was a kid. When I was still training in Aganya with the Manukai swim team. They used to have a homestay program with Tokoa Swim Club. That's the club that we were training in. They're the one who kind of brought us in. And,
well, it kind of brought us back is the
Yes.
story, right? I mean, there's a relationship that goes a long way. COVID-19, a lack of our traditional training facilities and things like that. So there's and really endangering some of these programs, which is it's sad because we've got kids going back and your swim club goes back to the beginning. I want to say of competitive swimming on Guam for young people that have seen themselves go from swimming on Guam to swimming for colleges.
Yes.
Patrick Sagisa used to swim for Guam in the Olympics.
Yes, and I was when I was growing up. That was his name.
the guy.
That was a name I had to break. I had to get his name off the record book.
Yeah,
that was the guy.
Yep. And I know him very well. Watched him grow up, as a matter of fact. And I want to say that I might have been there with him and his parents when he was first learning to swim. And if you know the guy, then you know he's really compulsive about things. So once he gravitates towards something, that's what he is. He becomes that. And he was like that with music. He was like that with his studies, and he was like that with swimming.
Wow, I'm jealous because I'm only a swimmer. I can't run like you. I can't play music like you. I'm jealous.
Okay, well, I can't run like me much these days either. So every once in a while, I'm going, okay, maybe something a little bit lower impact like swimming. But what that's turned into is just hanging out at the beach with my friends and chicks in bikinis. And drinking beer.
No, amen to that.
No, yeah, right on. It's all right. So again, how many kids did you go with?
We took 13 swimmers.
Okay. Anybody with any potential?
Man,
Eveline's boy, maybe?
Yes, Ocean Campus. Actually, when we had our training with them too, Japan has like one of the top 3 world-class trainings. Even when you have junior worlds, it's always U.S., Japan, and Australia fighting over first, second, and third.
Yeah.
So they have a really good training program, and I kind of assumed that our little, our tsunami swimmers would just get absolutely
swamped.
But Ocean Campus, Eveline's boy did really well surviving and really doing well in the practices too. So I was really impressed with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of that comes, I think, from just, number one, being out of your own environment, and number two, realizing that while you might be something special here, guess what? You're going to meet up with some guys that are going to show you how it's done the way they do it, and you might end up learning from them. And I think that's one of the other reasons why I'm excited that you guys are starting to do more travel and away events, because that's how our kids are going to learn. It's great when we got people coming in for camps and things like that, but it's even better when they get to go and experience competition with other guys that might have been trained under other methods or might be superior at them with something else. It's the locker room talk. How did you do that? What are you doing? What's your drill for that, right?
Yes, exactly, and it helps bond with them too, and then that bond just goes in a long-term relationship too.
So when you're working with these kids, do you have them going through all the different I want to call them event or swim types? You've got breaststrokes, you've got regular strokes, whatever, butterflies, etc. So do you have them go through all of those, or do you just identify somebody and say, okay, that's my breast guy?
I like to teach all of them. I like to train all of them. My college coach, who's 5-time 6-time Olympic coach in Japan, told me you do not find their stroke until they finish high school and they are swimming in college.
Yeah.
Like they don't read some things they're breaststrokers, but later on they become backstrokers, breaststrokers, butterflyers. So you can't really tell until they finish their training. So as a coach, for age group coach, is to be able to prepare them
for that event that they're
Yes, for
eventually
that
going to
event.
get to
Yeah.
once they figure out what it is.
Yes. So I try to train them all four strokes.
Gotcha.
And together.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, by the time somebody gets to be college age, I mean, if they've started off as young as you did,
Yes.
about how many hours do they have in the water? You know, there's that old Malcolm's principle where you get 10,000 hours in anything, you can be considered, Jedi at it.
Yeah.
So is it about the same with our young people? You start them off at 6 or 7 years old, and by the time they get into college, about how many swimming hours do they have behind them?
We're trying to build a foundation for it as they start young. Some kids join at like 10. I had a middle schooler who joined my group when I was in Arizona. She swam all the way to college. So swimming is one of those sports where it's fun, it's good for your health, and you could join at any age.
Sweet. Okay, now
there's potential.
For people that are listening right now, it's big graduation season, and is probably a very good chance that if you've got a kid that's lined up with an athletic program in the States, that's all done and taken care of. But something has got to be said about swimming is that you can go from the swimming pools here on Guam, get yourself some notoriety with the swim groups, maybe a little bit of traveling around, and maybe getting into points systems, and then find yourself in college. Under a swimming scholarship.
Yes, there's possibility. Yes.
Now, if there is, if you got to pick a school, you already was talking about Arizona, but if you were talking about a particular school for swimming that might lead to something in the Olympics, is that where you'd recommend? Is that where you'd recommend? I got a daughter. I guess she's going to graduate. She wants to go into like physical therapy, but I'm thinking maybe swimming. Maybe that's the way to do that.
That's
maybe.
the way. Yes. There's swimming is one of those. Now there's
So, I mean, it's a scholarship sport, right?
Yes, it is. It's big. It's getting bigger after COVID too. So yes, swimming is one of those potentials that you could get scholarships in.
What's the future of swimming look like?
For Guam or for?
Yeah, just in general. We can talk about Guam in a second, but I mean, just overall, you've got a higher altitude view, certainly than I do, and many others on Guam, maybe even some of your former coaches, because you've been around a little bit longer now. What do you see as kind of a bright spot moving forward?
Now, thanks to social media, everyone has a phone. The swimming's now available on the phone, Instagram, YouTube.
Yeah.
There's more eyes on it now. A lot of people wants to learn how to swim. They can just go on YouTube. They want to see what their favorite athlete, their swimmer is doing. They could watch it on YouTube.
Right.
They could kind of like see what kind of workouts other team is doing. So
what are the coaches drilling?
Yes, exactly. And it also helps out with other young coaches too. Like, I don't know what to do, how to fix this. YouTube it up. And it's been more available, and thanks to those eyes, swimming is getting popular again. Back then, it was just only an Olympic sport.
It's funny you mentioned that. So, what do they call it when you're a professional golfer, and all of a sudden there's something that's changed in your stroke. How do you get it back to where it was before?
Yeah,
and there are ways that you can do that with just being able to see yourself swim from another vantage point. Maybe somebody is catching some kind of an error. Now, what has changed in strokes? I remember when oh gosh, what was the name of the fella won all the medals a bunch of years ago?
Mark Spitz.
Yeah, Spitz.
Yes.
He developed, or he and his coaches developed something that went on to become a little bit more mainstream, and they almost referred to it as flying.
Yes, butterfly. Yes.
Yeah,
butterfly
it was
stroke.
flying. It was like he was flying under the water, and they'd never seen anything like that. And that accounted for him to be able to finish the event faster than anybody else did and win a whole bunch of medals at the Olympics. So, are there new innovations like that are coming along?
Little small things, yes, but it's nothing major that it's gonna catch eye yet. Not yet.
Well, I mean, there's how much can you add to it? Like you think about running, a big deal for me is getting a different pair of shoes that feel better, that give me a little bit more of an energy return. So that I can cadence faster. So you got that. But swimming, it's just you and the trunks and maybe the goggles, right?
For a while, it's been about the swimsuit for a while.
Really?
Yeah, 2009 was like the year where everyone's wearing this NASA-made, like NASA tech swimsuits that makes you very streamlined and it makes you float. And then, I hate to say it, but after Michael Phelps lost to this German guy, he's Team USA kind of like, hey, we need to change the rules. So now it became just boring, just up to the shorts. Girls is up to the knees. The rules changed after that. For a while, it was about, just like you said, it was about the shoe. It was about the suit for a while.
Yeah,
still kind of is, but they wanted to change the mindset of, it's not about the suit. Whoever buys the most expensive, most high-tech suit wins the medal.
Not swim, but it's running and cycling. Real Joe he's cycling. In fact, he's going to be in a tournament of a race over the weekend.
Awesome.
He's going to be, but his bike, and they've created another category. It's Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. You're on the motorcycle, motorized bike this weekend.
E-bike.
Yeah, it's got a motor.
Yeah,
in it, right?
Elon Musk.
It's a motor. It's just not a motorcycle.
But you got to pedal it, man.
You still have to pedal. You still got to do the work, but it multiplies your efficiency while you're doing that. Okay, so there are tools, techniques, and things like that you can bring to it. But like I said, for the most part, you're a swimmer. I got my arms, I got my my legs, and I can hold my breath for this long, or I can I've got the head movements down and all of that kind of thing. Again, my least favorite part of learning to swim when I was a kid, because I could very rarely get the timing down, and would usually get a gallon of USO water in me before we were all done with all of these things. I think it's fantastic with what you're doing, and I will continue to advocate for a faster resolution of the problems that we've got for swimming pools on Guam, because there's just so many people that can get, for something as simple as the Agana swimming pool, there is so much that we got out of that. Countless programs, countless kids that have gone through these swimming programs from the second that they could learn to swim until they were college age and Olympic ready. It was a Agana swimming pool for the most part that these kids were trained at. And then you've got other people that will use the pool, senior citizens, folks that are recovering from injuries. I've been injured once or twice as a runner, and they say, well, you can go and you can do the water jogging, which it's the same cardio, same motions, but way lower impact.
Yes.
And that will help get you on the road a whole lot faster. So I applaud whatever it is that you're going to be doing. Any other notes about the trip off island? When are you guys going to be leaving for another one? You have another away game coming up?
Nothing planned yet, but we were able to network with them. They are planning to have another one in the summer, hopefully after the World Championships. That way it's not too busy for them too. We'll see. We'll see with our logistics. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so what's it going to take to get them to come here? Because there's people at GVB that are listening and recognize that Guam could be elevated to a training spot, and Guam could be elevated to a true competitive destination.
Maybe just opening up another pool that's, we could train at. We are able to use St. John, but there's a capacity limit there at the moment. So if we could open that up a little bit more.
I mean, how's that computed? I'm trying to remember how many lanes you had at the Agana swimming pool.
7 lanes.
Yeah. So some of the big pools that you've been in, are there more? Are there less? I mean, is this like a bowling alley? Do you want to have the most lanes possible?
Most lanes possible that everyone could come. Yeah. That way, every different level could swim. Every different kind of people could swim and just socialize too.
Yeah. There's some of that. It's an unreal conversation. I'm glad that the conversation is back, and I'm glad that there's still a good number of kids that are interested in doing that. We spent a lot of time talking about what it is that we've got to do with our kids, keep them off the streets, keep them away from drugs and alcohol and vape, and not so much vape, but try to keep them on the straight and narrow. And for a lot of kids, being able to goof off with their friends in a swimming pool on a hot day, that's a good start to training and a good start to racing. And you never know where the next Ken Barcinas is going to come from, or the next Patrick Sagisi. Yes. So we all got to get to work. Man, it's good meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Real Joe, I got to get a selfie with this guy, and then we'll figure out how we're going to kill the next 20 minutes. I'll be right back.
Do you or someone you know need to get legal documents done now, but you don't want to spend a fortune on attorney fees or take chances with shady legal services? Look no further. Go to the professionals at ProSay101.com. That's PROSE101.com. Or call 1-800-303-6329 today. We are here to help you navigate through the legal process. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Get your trust, will, divorce, deed, power of attorney, name change, expungement, custody, file your lawsuit, vaccination exemption for adults and children, guardianship for adults and children, probate, get your LLC, prenuptial agreement, and so much more. Don't waste time or money. Go to the people everyone knows and trusts. ProSay101.com. That's PROSE101.com. Or call 1-800-303-9240 today. Free marriage counseling is also offered as well. ProSay101.com. Your family friend.
Guam Regional Medical City is a leader in foot and ankle care in the Marianas. Our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. Let's get you back on your feet. To learn more, call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Well, not bad, considering there just isn't a whole lot of news going on that we haven't already covered 14 times in the last couple of days. Old cola's going down. We told you about that yesterday. Front page story in the Guam Daily Post. Also a big news story, big enough so that Congressman Jim Moylan gets on the phone and calls me from Washington, D.C. He's got eyes on, also working through the issues with compact impact reimbursement from the federal government of the United States. But like I said, man, that was all yesterday. What are the big stories here today? Well, I tell you what, see what we got in the meme machine. Like I said, Mark Cruz running down in the Tumon area and happened to spy construction cranes looking like they're taking down the guitar that was at the Hard Rock Cafe. Is that a sign of the changing times? Is that right up there with Chuck E. Cheese closing and right up there with the Red Lobster going away?
Can we put a bid in for that, Ray?
The guitar?
Yeah. That'd be great on the wall in here.
Dude.
Just
no, we get how about a big
piece.
Chief Kipua playing it?
Oh,
hey, how about that? What do you do with something like that? What do you just take it to the Massey when it's done? Dave Duenas online saying no, they did not close Underwater World. They just took down the Whale. Which was the Whale was I don't know whether that was more
big whale?
Associated with the restaurant.
Sam Choi?
Sam Choi's.
You said that in a way, Ray.
I know I said it in a way. It's like, yeah. Well, that was what I was shooting for. Sam Choi's. Didn't it become something else?
Yeah, Sea Grill or
Sea
something
Grill.
like that.
Yeah. But they'd always kind of left that up there. I don't know. You know, I'm gonna feel the same way, even though I haven't been to the Hard Rock Cafe in a long time. You know why? I felt gypped.
Why?
On the because sometimes you look at a menu. And it was like one of these super loaded nacho things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a lot of nachos, but not a lot of cheese and not a lot of ground beef. And I'm just kind of like scraping around. Maybe they buried it under maybe there's like a cache. There's another place down there. I won't mention the name, but they do this thing with meatballs. Right?
Oh yeah.
And if you look at the menu, it's like, okay, so you got the sauce and you've got what look like two massive meatballs in it,
massive,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, and then it comes to the table, it's just one meatball cut in half.
Tiny little meatball.
I'm like, hey, this doesn't feel like truth in advertising, bro. So maybe that's going to be one of the stories that we walk into here this morning is maybe the end of that kind of groovies 90s what's the name of what do they call that?
Paradise.
See, now you're having the same problem as I.
Paradise Island?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
One of us should know.
It's been so long,
I
man.
know, not since the Glock party.
Yeah.
Not since we haven't had a chance to do anything goofing off down there. Somebody was asking me if they're going to have the block party again, and the answer is I don't know. I mean, if we're losing restaurants down there hand over fist, then I don't know if we're going to have anybody coming out. But anyway, they kind of gypped me on the nachos, and I didn't ever go back. I know that they were trying to make a go of it, and I think there were a couple of fundraisers down there recently. But it is possible. Maybe they're changing it, or maybe Planet Hollywood and Hard Rock Cafe going out the same way they came in. 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Ron McNinch on the line. Buenas and half a day, sir.
Hey, half a day, Ray. Cousin Ray, half a day going.
How you doing there, buddy?
All right, man.
Is it this weekend? You think this is the weekend where things are going to get crazy between the Russians, the Chinese, the Iraqis, the North Koreans, and the United States of America and the rest of the free world?
Not really. I think a lot of this stuff that's going on is just bell ringing or
Pleasure Island. Real Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Bumba says it's Pleasure Island. So did Bertha Massa
thanks,
Cruz.
Primo.
Yeah. 2 massive meatballs. Y2 says Jerome McDonald. No, 1 meatball cut in half. I thought I was getting 2 massive meatballs. I'm sorry, Ron. Go ahead.
Yeah. I guess I missed the meatball conversation.
Well, there was I don't know how. No, I'm just saying there was a place in Tumon. I don't go there much anymore because I feel like I got gypped. I wanted to get this thing with meatballs in it, and there was a picture. It looked like you had 2 meatballs, but they were 1 meatball cut in half.
Wow.
Do you get it? Anyway, so what were we talking about? We were talking about, is this the weekend that we begin Armageddon? And you don't think so?
No, and remember, there's a set of military and political axioms people need to remember when they're talking about stuff like this, and that is, true power involves the suspension of judgment, not action. And so true power is having the threat of the power, not exercising the power.
That's very Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Yeah, and so once you've exercised your power, you've blown it because you don't have it anymore. And so there's a whole economy of force and economy of utility of power or the utility of violence that has to be considered here. And a lot of people don't really think about that too much. I think that for example, the whole thing with China and Taiwan, I led an election observation team 22 years ago to Taiwan. They were shooting missiles over the island then, and the only difference is there was no Facebook, there was no social media to amplify the paranoia they're trying to project. So this is a new toy for a lot of these terrorists or borderline terrorist organizations, is that they have social media to amplify their message and to frighten people to death. It used to be we'd be frightened to death by CNN, and now there's a whole bunch of little bitty baby CNNs and worse all over the world that are totally willing to manipulate public sentiment on all of these things.
Pondering the idea of maybe amplifying one message while another story, another set of facts go by undetected. Is there overt attempts to over-criminalize Putin, over-dramatize the war in Ukraine, and little skirmishes involving the North Koreans, et cetera? Is all of that there to distract us to something else, i.e. Hunter Biden, and the idea that Hunter Biden is this close to getting indicted?
Yeah, that's the wag the dog kind of trope that is often floated, and it could very well be true. And I don't know if you've read The Laptop from Hell, that book. It's not a very, very long book, but it's just, what in the world was Hunter Biden doing, and why didn't any mainstream media report on any of this stuff?
Because they don't want to. It's not part of their narrative. Their narrative was all Trump.
I remember when Billy Carter, the president of Jimmy Carter, took like a $200,000 lobbying fee from Libya, and Carter never lived it down. He was embarrassed about it for the rest of his presidency, because Jimmy Carter, regardless of how weak people thought he was truly and genuinely an ethical man. And he one time my mom, her boss had a dinner party, and my mom was the home nurse, and she asked my mom to help her wash the dishes and after the cake. And a guy came up and took off his jacket and said, "Here, let me help you wash the dishes." And it was Jimmy Carter.
Amazing.
Yeah.
No one will ever believe this, but yeah, it's Jimmy Carter helping wash the dishes and clear the table. 9:45.
That's the kind of moral guy he was.
Yeah, well, among the things that I remember, I was old enough to remember the actual thoughts and my image of Jimmy Carter when things were still good. I want to say, well, the beginning of the presidency and everything was kind of hopeful, and it looked like we were getting somebody from outside the Beltway that was going to come and help the middle class a little bit more. And then, unfortunately, they just got caught up with, the winds of war, et cetera, et cetera. We got these guys in Iran that were taken hostage towards the end of it, and it just didn't seem that he was able to get out of it. Although he did strike a couple of good notches, trying to build the foundation for peace in the Middle East that I don't know that he's going to get remembered for as much as him and Billy Carter and the Peanut President.
Well, he did get the Nobel Prize for his good election work. And also, Jimmy Carter held himself hostage in the White House during the Iran hostage crisis. Yep. I mean, he made some fairly basic blunders as president, and a lot of people view him as not being as being too weak on a lot of things. And then he gave this incredible malaise speech that just fell flat with everybody. That is, we have nothing to be worried about. Everything's good. We just have a bad attitude. That was the message.
Yeah, I'm sorry you've got inflation. It's just, hey, it's the economy. Not much a president can do about that, unless the economy is going in the right direction, in which case they'll take all the credit for it in the whole wide world. A couple of interesting things that are running around in my head here. This afternoon at 2:00 in the afternoon, Senator Roy Canatta, freshman Senator Roy Canatta, is going to be having a round table. The topic is minimum wage. How do you think that's going to go over?
I don't know. I don't like it when legislatures get involved with minimum wage for obvious reasons. And
because it's political grandstanding and because it has a detrimental effect on any economies where they try to artificially meddle with the value of people's work?
Well, I used to term this the government wanting to play Santa Claus, but then we elect Santa Claus. So, I mean, I don't know what to say anymore. I mean,
wow, this is weird. I'm getting a picture of the whale coming down. Did they take the whale down too? Peter, Dave Duane
my
said
God, they should keep it wet, Ray.
Put it back in the ocean. What's going to happen with that? You know what? Hey, if you guys aren't doing anything with that, I got a great idea. You remember we used to have, hold on a second, Doc. We used to have Polaris Point, right? And then the Navy took it out for whatever. So let's take the whale that was above the tail of the whale restaurant at the old Sam Choi's and put that where the Polaris was. It looked like a whale shooting out of the ground at Polaris Point. Come on, Carl, I know you can hear me. Don't let them just throw that stuff away. That's got to go to we've got to be able to do something with that. We got to commemorate that. I'm going to send that Telefofo. We'll send it into the Telefofo Park. You know where they got those giant penises?
Perfect.
Exactly. Anyway, 9:48 in the morning. Dr. Ron McNinch continues to be on. We were talking about the minimum wage before I got distracted again. Thank you, Peter Santos, for that picture, by the way. But the idea of minimum wage, did they not understand what the impacts are when you do something like that?
This is government Twilight Zone stuff. I think they don't really understand it or they don't care. They care about getting their name associated with trying to get people money. And that's the goal. I don't think the goal, you see, here's the thing. Anybody who understands economics would know that the only thing raising the minimum wage to these really just outrageous numbers they're talking, that just floats up all the prices of everything else. I don't know where they even took a look at what happens to an economy like ours, because we're a closed, static economy. That is, our borders, we were surrounded by an ocean. We don't have trade coming in from the outside. All of the factors that would minimalize or make minimal changes in the minimum wage don't apply here, because we have a fixed, static geographic location with a fixed, static population. And I wish people would buy a book or something,
Well, if buy a book and just go to the Department of Labor and take a look at what happens in the private sector when the wages go up artificially. All of a sudden, businesses that aren't necessarily that aren't comfortable in the margins that they're in now have to reconsider any purchases that they make, any hiring that they make, any promotions that they give in the company as a result of the increase. Now, all of a sudden, it costs more to have people working for you. It's no secret that's you go to McDonald's in Tamuling, you can order from they got a machine there that you make your order from. So we don't have to have somebody standing at the register. We can concentrate on back of the house stuff. And there's more and more of those businesses. I think they just recently somewhere, I mean, probably Texas, have opened up the first totally automated McDonald's.
Well,
I mean, right back into the fry cooks and things like that. I got a machine, and the machine knows how to do this. I got a friend of mine in the bakery business, and he's telling me about all kinds of equipment that they're going to be buying sometime. And I said, what's the point of buying all of this stuff? He says, look, bakeries, it's a formula. It's a procedure to make bread. We're not doing anything out of the ordinary here. We're not infusing art into a loaf of bread. So you just automate as much of the process as possible, right up to the point where you're slicing it and sticking it in bags. And then the reason why you do that is because they ain't going to spend the money on a chef, an artist, a baker to be able to do this. Now we got guys that just oversee the machines. Anyway, 9:51. What an interesting a couple of days that I think we've got in front of us. Cinco de Mayo today and a full moon. So I think it's going to be fun. Session for the legislature on Monday, and Tuesday, and I'm hoping that the Speaker of the Legislature, Therese Terlahi, takes a look at bill number. Has not called you back, huh?
No, not even an emoji, man.
What kind of emojis are you using? Which one? You didn't use the eggplant, right?
No,
okay,
never.
Well, maybe you should.
Prayer hands and hearts.
Praying hands and hearts,
and then broken hearts.
So I'm trying to encourage her to override the veto on Bill 13. You remember which one 13 is, right?
I don't, but Joe Cruz has the most hilarious Facebook page I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, he's a real star. He's a real artist, and I'm doing everything to keep him down, because otherwise his popularity will eclipse mine soon.
Oh no, absolutely. What's Bill 13 on?
13 is the one that would require openness and transparency in the conversation about the construction of any new hospital.
Right. I wish everybody we would lock all of these folks in one room, the legislature and the key members of the executive branch, and say, don't come out until you've resolved this, because it's getting kind of old that this is playing out in the media back and forth all the time.
Well, we are where we were in the beginning. But there's a couple of things now that are providing, in my mind, a little bit of urgency. There's still, X number of millions of dollars in the ARP fund, and I've got a feeling that there are going to be strong Republican voices as they're moving through this budget now in Washington, D.C. that says, look, if you haven't spent that money, I know they said you could have it till the end of 2024, but if you haven't spent that money now, return it right away.
Yeah, they're talking about yanking those funds.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes.
That's a genuine conversation.
That is a genuine and a real conversation. I didn't just make it up from something I thought I saw on Twitter. It is actually happening, and so we may miss out being able to use that money to stand up what needs to get done at our existing Guam Memorial Hospital. I hope that one of those $135,000 a year people over at Adelup are aware of what we're talking about.
And just to point out the obvious, some jurisdictions are going to have their funds yanked much more quickly than others.
What do you suppose that little tiny island, what Mike Bavak was upset about, that they refer to us as the tip of the spear? Maybe it would be easier to start from the territories and work our way up to the bigger states.
I think that we have a lot of important things on the table, Ray.
Yep. Okay, well, you take them off the table. I'm going to go and figure out what it is that I'm going to do for the rest of the week here on the radio, so I'll talk to you later.
Hey, one final thing.
Yes.
I wish you would announce Carabal's Sunday sandwich special every Friday, so then I'll know in advance.
I don't know what they are until Sunday morning, usually about 11 myself.
You're their number one fan in the media, Ray. I know that they tell you, man.
Only if I'm there when T-Man is testing. do I get an idea of what it might be. I will tell you now, because I had one for dinner last night. They've got a new monthly sando that they've got, and it is there's a new sausage. You know how they have a different sausage every month?
Right.
Well, they've got a new one standby. I don't know that I've got time to pull it up on my the screen here, but I can describe it to you. It was tasty as hell. It comes in, I want to say, like Texas toast, like some of their other ones does, and then you've got the sausage. They actually put seaweed on it. They dust the thing with seaweed. Hold on a second. The sando is called a Hafa Hilo, Kahlua pork sausage. There's a pineapple salsa drizzled with mango mustard and topped with fried nori. And I had one of these for dinner last night, and it was outrageously good. And another friend of mine that was, I don't know where she was. I think she was watching the band outside. She had one, and she's raving about it as well. That's what it looks like for those of you that are watching on the screen. Or just go to Facebook or Instagram and look up Carabao, and you'll be able to see it. But as far as the Sando Sunday for this week is concerned, I'm as in the dark as you are, my brother.
Man, Ray, you've got to use your media superpowers, man.
You know what's very, can I just say this about Carabao? Is there are people that work there that have no idea who I am.
Dude, I don't know who you are.
They just, as far as they know, I'm just
the dude that gets
the
beer all the
beard
time.
guy that walks in with shorts.
He's hungry and thirsty,
and occasionally surrounded by pretty women. But otherwise, he's just the old guy with thinning hair and whatever. When they find out, they're like, "Oh my God,
that's you.
You're that guy." Anyway, and that's one of the reasons why I appreciate going there. There's a certain degree of anonymity that I have.
Most beautiful waitresses on Guam, and I kept going in every week just to see the wait staff. My God!
Stop talking about Lauren that way. All right, buddy. I got to run 9:57. Dude, they had a what's his name? I'll let you go, Ron. They did have a what's his name. His name was Blaze.
Oh yeah, handsome
kind
guy.
of a DJ, and he was the guy that would sort of MC the trivia thing that they do on the occasional Saturday night.
Yeah.
And a guy comes up to me, and he's got a fresh haircut, and he says, "I just want to say, thanks. You were always a great customer. It's my last day." I said, "Would you quit or get fired?" He says, "I'm going to Colorado."
Oh, yeah.
He's one of those guys that applied for and got a job at United to be
Frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be Frozen.
Yeah, the ramp agents.
And I'm like, yeah, ramp guy. Paradise, Fitness, Pleasure Island. All the words they're running together in my head. Yeah, ramp dude. He's a ramp guy out there, and he's one of two or three ramp guys that I knew that were kind of all going out to. I guess they're doing it like the cops, and they're doing a cycle of the thing. Anyway, 9:15 and change. 888-825-588-TALK is the telephone number around here. I did mention that I want you to take a look at the editorial in today's Guam Daily Post. Not the local one, the one from the States. They got some columnist that's writing about the death of AM radio. And that's one I don't often, but I'm going to clip that out today because I kind of like to keep that handy. He's talking about the magic of DJs and the magic of the guy on the radio. And I've been lucky enough for all of my adult life to be the guy on the radio. And as far as DJing is concerned, yeah, I did that for 25 years. And I've got many, many great memories, and I hope I've made many great memories for those of you that remember listening to me when I was a DJ, and hope to have brought some of the unique talents that I had spinning records to what I do here on the radio. And I hope, despite what the guy is saying, I hope there's still magic in the medium. I hope there are still ways where you listen to me, not because I'm saying important and wise things on the radio, but because you feel like I'm talking directly to you. That's the magic of the medium. And I hope that there is still more of that magic left so that your kids and your grandkids can experience the same thing. Hey, it's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. I got to get out of here. I was getting all misty thinking about the death of any kind of radio or audio programming. There's plenty more like that where this came from. Bob Klitsky's going to be on the radio here about 4 o'clock this afternoon. For Real Joe, Donna D, the pre-recorded, but next week live in studio, Jerry Roberts. My name is Ray Gibson saying thanks so much for listening. Have a great weekend. Remember the rules. Nothing good happens after midnight. If you catch me out there, send me home. If you're hot, take me home. Here's the news.
Alexa Lacera, Fox News. Police in Davis, California have arrested a 21-year-old man in connection with a series of stabbings, 2 of which were fatal. Police Chief Darren Pytel says Carlos Dominguez was taken into custody after 15 people called in reports of a person who matched his description.
He was wearing a backpack, and in the backpack was a large knife that was consistent with one that we were looking for.
A motive for the stabbings has not been released, and Pytel says it's not clear if Dominguez knew his victims. UC Davis officials said in a statement Dominguez was a third-year student majoring in biological sciences until April 25th when he was separated for academic reasons. Authorities in the small city of Moultrie, Georgia, about 60 miles northeast of Tallahassee, Florida, say a man killed his mother, his grandmother, and a worker at a McDonald's, then turned the gun on himself. A thank you to federal agents from Attorney General Merrick Garland after convictions for several members of the far-right group the Proud Boys on charges related to the January 6th riot.
Today's verdict makes clear that the Justice Department will do everything in its power to defend the American people and American democracy.
4 out of the 5 men charged were convicted of seditious conspiracy. All 5 were convicted of felony charges, including obstructing Congress's certification of the 2020 presidential election results and conspiring to prevent Congress and federal officers from discharging their duties. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. had nothing to do with drone explosions over the Kremlin this week. He says Russian President Vladimir Putin doesn't need an excuse to attack Ukraine because he's doing it anyway.
Now, whether he's going to use this as some sort of pretext is up to him.
Russia says Ukraine was attempting to assassinate Putin. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, Fox News Rewind Financial Crisis 08.
This is an extraordinary period for America's economy.
A look back at the biggest financial crisis since the Great Depression.
The market is not functioning properly.
And the events leading up to it from the people who were there.
You started to see the Dow plunge in synchronicity with the vote on the House floor.
Subscribe now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Never, ever 100% trust Wall Street.
New from the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join